Phantom enters this series with a commanding history, winning 67% of their all-time meetings. It's an intimidating gap that seems to be weighing on Havoc given his current slump. He really needs to find some stability early if he wants to stay in this. A complete shutout here. He's just untouchable right now. He's really putting that #1 ranking on display. He picks him right off the ramp, showing some real grit as he digs into this series. The underdog is finally starting to put up a fight. Phantom is just too quick. He holds that ramp perfectly to keep his lead growing. Phantom is just cruising along with a huge 5-1 cushion. Absolutely effortless, he just doesn't let up, continuing the surge. A quick reaction by Havoc to knock his opponent off the ramp. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against the league's top seed. Phantom is coming into this today with an impressive 24-12 record over the last day. And that high level of confidence seems to be translating directly into his accuracy here. He's simply not giving Havoc any room to breathe. Phantom is dominating, sitting comfortably on an 8-3 lead. He's really leaning on that top spot on the ladder today. Phantom takes a substantial 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's really leveraging that 70% win rate on this map to shut everything down. Time for a total reset. Phantom is staring down a huge 9-4 lead. He's certainly trying to shake off that recent 3-loss skid. Havoc is lagging behind at 5-9. It's a welcome change of pace for him, given those recent losses. He's just not stopping. That's a 3rd straight win for Havoc, and he's starting to look dangerous. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. Unbelievable. He just can't be stopped right now as this charge continues. The momentum has completely shifted in this duel. The momentum shift ends right there as he secures a vital stop. The top seed is firmly back in control. He refuses to go away, chipping further into that early deficit. Both of these guys are fighting a war of attrition now. He puts on a clinic from the ramp, continuing a determined climb back into this game. Incredible. He clears him off the container and levels the game at 10-all. A total reset of the board. We are back to a dead heat. What a scrap! But he finds the closing shot to move one step closer to a full comeback. A complete reversal from how this started. The top seed responds immediately, locking the series back up at 11 each. He just keeps charging forward, and now he's only 1 round away from victory. What a finish. He secures the final kill to complete a breathtaking recovery and seal the match. To walk away with a victory after that early struggle is just huge. He's completely shaken off those previous losses to the top seed today. He really earned that one. Phantom sits comfortably at the top of our rating list for a reason, and his dominance on this map really separates him from the rest of the field. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt that flow. Catalyst quickly answers back and manages to pull him down from the window. He's certainly proving he can hold his own against the top seed. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health. He's certainly looking sharp today with that 24-13 record. Phantom just can't be shaken, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure high. The top-rated player on the ladder is really making his presence felt. He's showing plenty of grit, cutting into that lead to make it 2-4. Absolutely flawless reaction time there, and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. He's completely rewritten the script here, erasing the deficit to tie this series up. Phantom earns the edge here, knocking him right off the box. Getting back into the lead after that rough match against Havoc. He refuses to go away, putting the series right back on even ground. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. Phantom edges ahead, holding a narrow 6-5 lead. It's that sheer consistency we expect from the #1 spot. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst is doing exactly what we thought he would by keeping this close. He's proved that the rating gap isn't going to decide this game early on. Fresh start for both of them. He's just not stopping, maintaining this incredible surge to take a 1-round lead. That was a blisteringly fast exchange to take the lead. Pure deadlock now, with both men tied at 7. It's a tight clash for the top spot on the ladder. He's showing a surprising amount of heart, clawing back into the lead. It's getting more difficult for the seed to pull ahead. Absolutely effortless. He shuts the door on that attempt and continues his climb toward double digits. He's simply too strong right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. He's taking full advantage of the seed's slip in confidence. What a battle! But he eventually secures another win from the ramp to move within 2 rounds of victory. He's on an absolute roll now, moving within a single round of the victory. A complete reversal from the pre-match expectations for these two. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with an incredible display of skill to secure the victory. Just completely shut down. He looked like the better man on this map, regardless of what the historical stats say. Catalyst holds a massive lead in the lifetime head-to-head, winning over 68% of their encounters. It's clear he usually dictates the pace here, but Havoc is looking to break that trend today. Catalyst is cruising right now, holding a narrow lead. He really looks comfortable as the favorite tonight. Neither of these two is letting the other pull away. We've got a total deadlock early on. Havoc just edged ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. His number 6 spot on the ladder puts him right where he needs to be. And we are all squared up at 3 apiece. That's a very different story than their last meeting on Fast Aim. Unreal, Havoc barely walks away from that chaos, digging deep to snatch the lead. Complete parity now, Catalyst has fought back to 4. A huge contrast to how the last few hours went for him. Catalyst just reclaimed control, edging ahead 5-4. A complete shutout to put the pressure back on, securing 3 in a row. He is simply unstoppable right now, walking away from another perfect encounter. Catalyst leads 8-4 going into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. He's just outclassing his opponent after that 5-round tier. Fresh start for Havoc. Havoc's current 56% win rate on this map provides a significant statistical cushion. It's a vital piece of ground for him to hold, especially since his overall form has been shaky lately. This is the perfect environment for a comeback. Catalyst is pulling away again, now sitting at 9-6. The higher rating for the favorite is definitely showing. He's really starting to pull away now, leaving Havoc with some steep climbing to do. A quick reaction from him to keep this run rolling. He is playing some incredibly consistent maps throughout his day. Absolutely merciless. He reaches 12 rounds and puts himself in the driver's seat. A sharp response there to put a temporary halt to the momentum. He's showing a bit more grit than his previous outings. Game over. Catalyst secures the final blow and closes it out. Just another day in the office for the top seed, proving that map advantage doesn't mean a thing here. Havoc comes out strong with that first blood, catching Phantom right as he stepped onto the ramp. Havoc is really putting the pressure on, making quick work of Phantom from that ramp. A tough start for the best player on the ladder. Phantom really has an incredible history of success in this particular matchup. He normally dominates the head-to-head battles between these two. Seeing him fight back after that opening loss suggests he's ready to reclaim his status as the favorite. A clinical kill from the ramp to keep the streak alive. Looking like a typical day for the top seed. That's a quick answer, leveling the score at 3-3. The top-rated seed is feeling the pressure now. Havoc is simply too quick right now, pulling those shots off and taking control of the lead. It's a tough afternoon for the top seed. Unbelievable! He scrapes through with a sliver of health to keep his run going. The number 1 seed is really struggling to find his footing today. He just completely shut him down from the ramp, keeping that hot streak rolling. Hard to believe we're seeing this version of the world's top player. Absolute perfection. He has completely taken over this match. Unreal. He barely hangs on to life, narrowly surviving the trade from the Tetris to stay hot. Havoc takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the top seed is looking completely lost right now. He's normally so steady, but Havoc is just outplaying him across the board. Time for Phantom to answer back. Havoc's current dominance is an absolute shock, considering his 48% all-time win rate. He's rarely the favorite in these kinds of high-stakes duels. I wonder if he's finally found a way to solve the puzzle against the league leader. Phantom is finally fighting back, picking Havoc right off the Tetris to put a dent in that lead. Goodness, he barely clings to life after that exchange, walking away from the brink with just a tiny bit of health. Havoc is barely hanging on for dear life, as Phantom is finally starting to claw his way back into this. A perfectly clean exchange that puts him just one step away from victory. It's getting harder for the favorite to find a way back. Game over, he closes it out with an effortless final blow to secure the victory. He really just stepped up and completely dismantled the league leader today. Truly a shocking result given the history here. Phantom typically dominates the head-to-head matchups over the long term, but he's coming into this series on a 4-game losing streak. We'll see if Catalyst can capitalize on that slump. Phantom holds the high ground on the Wine to get his first point on the board. The higher seed is finally showing some life. Phantom just completely took over, dragging Catalyst right off the Wine. It's the kind of resilience he's needed lately. Catalyst is clinging to a narrow lead at 3-2. A rare spot for the third seed to be on the back foot. Catalyst is just punishing everything right now, really making life miserable for Phantom. He's just outclassing his opponent right now, securing his third straight victory. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking his fourth straight victory to go up 6-2. He's simply out of his league right now, keeping the streak alive to reach a commanding 7-2 lead. A sharp response from Phantom to get things back on track. He's traditionally the stronger hand in this pairing. Phantom maintains a significant 66% win rate on this map, which is where he feels most comfortable. It's giving him the confidence to close the gap after that rough start. The real question is if he can keep this momentum moving forward. It's 8-4 in favor of Catalyst. I mean, this is exactly the start we looked for from the heavy favorite. He's simply outplaying Phantom and taking a comfortable cushion into the second half. Phantom is fighting back, but Catalyst still leads 8-5. He's definitely got the experience advantage with over 20,000 career matches. Phantom catches him right there on the Wine for another effortless round. He's on fire now, keeping the streak alive and narrowing this gap to just one round. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. A complete reversal of fortune. He's now tied the series up at 8-8. This is exactly the level of play he's capable of. And he just keeps piling them up, moving into the lead for the first time tonight. Catalyst answers back immediately to bring the scores level. He's certainly playing the role of the spoiler today. Catalyst just snatched that round right from under Phantom's feet on the Wine. A tough day so far for the third seed. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring this series level at 10-all. Everything is back on the table now. The momentum is swinging back and forth so wildly, Catalyst has completely stolen the control of this series. What a reflex shot, picking him right off the Wine to tie it all up. Just a complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Another effortless win for Phantom, who is now just one step away from taking the series. He refuses to let it end right here, forcing a tie and pushing this duel into overtime. These last few exchanges have been incredibly quick, and it looks like Catalyst is finally pulling away. The fourth ranked man in the league is truly in his element. A clean sequence right there to keep the pressure on and hold the line at 13-13. Both these guys are refusing to blink under the pressure. It's just a total toss up at this stage, with neither player able to secure a definitive lead. fast response to bring things level, showing just how hard he's fighting to stay in this. We are seeing a true grudge match between these two. A gritty win for the leader, putting him just one shot away from victory. The underdog is proving to be a real nightmare today. What a final stand! Catalyst manages to seal the deal and closes out the match. He just couldn't find a way to shut the door, even with all the history on his side. He's gotta be gutted after that. He had to work for that. Catalyst has won the last 5 head-to-head encounters between these two. It's interesting to see that history doesn't seem to be playing a role in the early stages here. I wonder if Havoc can keep this early lead against such a tough opponent. Catalyst edges ahead, holding a tight 2-1 lead. A strong way to follow up that 13-7 victory in their last outing. They're trading blows and the tension is peaking. It's a dead heat right now. A very balanced start for a matchup usually dominated by one side. Catalyst grabs the lead, now sitting on 3. A tight battle for the top 5 seed here. Catalyst is pulling away with a commanding 4-2 lead.
His top 4 placement on the ladder is starting to show.
Unbelievable. He survives that absolute war of attrition by a sliver, moving to a 5-round lead. His high ranking is giving him a massive confidence boost today. He's completely taking over this set, securing his 4th straight victory. He's simply unstoppable right now, adding another to his tally. That rating advantage is proving to be a real factor. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but he barely survives to keep the streak alive. He is just refusing to give an inch right now. An absolutely effortless shot to keep the momentum swinging in his favor. Catalyst holds a 9-3 lead going into the break. The higher seed is playing exactly like we thought he would. That 7-round run really put a grip on this map. Let's see if Havoc can wake up. Wow, he nearly goes down but manages to knock Catalyst off the ramp for a clutch recovery. That's an impressive defensive hold to keep him out of it. Catalyst is currently sporting a massive win rate of 60% over his last 10 matches. I mean, that kind of form is exactly why he's controlling the pace here. He's simply too sharp for Havoc to find a real... The momentum has completely shifted back. Catalyst looks far too composed for Havoc to find any real traction here. What a fight! He barely manages to outlast the pressure in a total scramble for the win. He manages to close that gap quickly, putting himself in a prime position to end this match. And that's it! A perfect final encounter to secure the victory for Catalyst. Havoc really tried to put up a fight, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Havoc gets the first lead after putting Phantom down from the ramp. Phantom holds a significant lead in their historical matchups, having won nearly 70% of their encounters. It's a long-term dominance that usually outweighs the current score. We'll see if Havoc can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Havoc is really putting on the pressure early on, securing that position on the ramp to take control. The third-ranked player in our rating is looking a bit shaken. We're all squared up as they head into round 4. He's managed to shake off those recent struggles for now. Phantom grabs a slim lead, edging ahead 3-2. The number 3 rated player is starting to show his class. He is just on another level right now, completing a hat-trick of rounds. It's a quick reversal from that 13-6 defeat they shared earlier. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking full control of the map. He is certainly playing like the favorite right now. He is completely taking over, securing a 5th straight round without taking a single point of damage. That's a dominant way to open up a lead. Havoc puts a stop to the momentum, knocking the opponent off the ramp. He's certainly finding a way to challenge the odds here. He secures another effortless victory from the ramp, refusing to go away. Both players collided on the ramp there, but Phantom was just a split second faster to secure the kill. He's looking to bounce back from that recent 6-13 stumble. Phantom enters the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. He's simply using his raw skill to keep Havoc at bay for now. Fresh start for Havoc now. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that clash on the ramp, surviving with just a sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. Phantom has been firmly in control with 9-round wins so far, and honestly, that matches his overall trend of winning roughly 64% of his total matches. He's using that experience to stifle any hopes of a comeback from Havoc. That was a flash of brilliance, leaving his opponent in the dust to extend this run. He manages to trade back around from the ramp, keeping himself in the fight. A really tough series of games for him lately. Absolute chaos there, but Phantom digs deep and claws his way to match point. That quick reaction time really sealed the deal. A clinical read as Havoc cuts him down from the ramp. He's definitely showing why he was the heavy favorite to win this. He manages to dismantle the advantage and drops the other off the box. Just a glimpse of why he's such a danger in this series. He catches him on the Tetris for another perfect round, continuing this surge. Just incredible confidence to secure this run of 3. What a finish! Phantom shuts it down with one last precise shot to seal the victory. He really knew how to shut the door on that one. It's just a tough day at the office for Havoc. Phantom is sitting on a strong 68% win rate on this map. It's a sharp contrast to Catalyst, who usually struggles to find his footing here. It will be interesting to see if that historical edge translates into a lead. Phantom is making it look easy right now, quickly shutting him down on the ramp. It looks like the higher rank is showing up here. Catalyst secures the high ground there, taking control from the toolbox to even things up. A total stalemate so far as we head into the 5th. Phantom holds the lead, barely edging out Catalyst. His head-to-head record really reflects that long-term dominance. Phantom is just too quick today, securing another one from the ramp to push his lead further. Phantom still maintains a slim 1-round cushion over Catalyst. Catalyst managed to beat Phantom in their most recent meeting, so it's telling that he's not just playing for a comeback, but trying to prove that particular result wasn't a fluke. He has the skill to flip the script here. Catalyst is playing very well from the wine box, making it a 1-round game now. A strong run of form lately for the number 4 seed. And we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. He's really carrying that confidence from his victory on Italy P into today. Phantom is really fighting back, putting Catalyst right back in his place on that ramp. That high ranking is starting to feel justified for the favorite. We're all squared up at 6 apiece for the break. Honestly, Catalyst is playing exactly how soon we hoped he would. Let's see if he can maintain this pressure in the second half. Time for a fresh start. An intense sequence here. Neither one can keep the lead. And just like that, Catalyst brings us back to a 7-7 tie. Phantom has a massive overall lead in their career head-to-head history. Catalyst is absolutely on fire, snatching that round from the ramp to keep his momentum building. Phantom shuts him down from the planks to claw his way back into the tie. He's definitely playing like a top 3 rated player right now. Phantom pushes ahead by 1 as we hit 17. He looks much more settled than he did in that loss on Italy P. Pure chaos now, with Catalyst leveling the score at 9-all. He's certainly showing why he's sitting in that top 5 spot. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, claiming the lead with a couple of quick rounds in a row. The number 4 seed is really finding his stride tonight. A massive clash as Catalyst and Phantom stand equal. That was incredibly fast. Catalyst is putting himself in a great position here, just 1 round away from taking this match. Phantom is feeling the pressure now, knowing his recent form is shakier. He takes control of the server, picking Phantom off the ramp to put himself in the driver's seat. A quick transition from a deficit to holding a 2-round advantage. Absolutely incredible. He closes out the series and secures the victory. He's really shaking off that map history and proving he's a force to be reckoned with right now. What a fight! strong start for Catalyst, who used that ramp to get the first point of the match. Catalyst is clearly dominating the head-to-head history here with a 68% win rate. It's an overwhelming mental edge that seems to be translating perfectly into this specific series. We'll see if Havoc can find any answer to that pressure. A complete shutdown on the ramp as he secures his 4th straight victory. Havoc finally gets around on the board, digging his way out of a tough spot. He certainly proved himself capable of that, given his top 6 standing. Catalyst quickly recovers his footing, utilizing the ramp to keep this match firmly in his control. Catalyst just keeps rolling, pushing a massive 6-1 lead. Havoc is really fighting an uphill battle today, coming into this series after a rough 14-21 run over the last day. It's clear he's desperate to turn things around. If he can keep chipping away, he might actually find some stability here. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing a huge 8-2 lead. Looking like a bit of a repeat of their last meeting. A quick response there, as the momentum swings back in his favor. The favorite is really asserting his will in this one. Catalyst holds a big 10-2 lead heading into the break. Well, this is exactly what you'd expect given that he's won the last 5 head-to-head matchups. He looks completely in control of this map. Let's see if Havoc wakes up. Havoc really puts on a show there, completely shutting down Catalyst as he tried to hold that ramp. Hard to forget, Catalyst just walked away with a 13-6 win in their last meeting. Havoc is really picking up speed, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's certainly showing he can hang with the top 4. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures yet another victory to keep the heat on. What a scrap! Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange and puts an end to the run. He's certainly showing why he holds that top 4 spot on the ladder. These fights are getting incredibly fast. That last exchange happened in less than a second. A total shutdown here, putting him just one step away from victory. He's really leaning into the favorite role tonight. Havoc barely survives that shootout, keeping the dream alive for now. It's a far cry from the 13-6 blowout they had previously. And there it is. Catalyst closes it out with a lightning-fast shot to take the series. Havoc put up a great fight in that second half, but he just couldn't close the gap today. Phantom has really owned this matchup historically, winning 67% of their head-to-head games. It's no surprise he just took the early lead after coming off a strong victory against Havoc in their most recent meeting. We'll see if Havoc can shake that trend. Phantom's comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. The gap in the ladder doesn't mean much when the shots are landed. Havoc is really stacking up a lead here, and he managed to catch Phantom right as he was pushed up on the wine. He's totally shifted the momentum now, securing a third straight point. Phantom answers back immediately to bring us back to an even split. Phantom claws back the lead, just one step ahead. He's definitely the higher rated player of the pair. We've hit a total deadlock at 4 apiece. His recent form hasn't been great, but he's refusing to fade. That was an incredibly quick reaction by Phantom to put himself right back in the lead. Havoc is currently struggling with a 13-22 record today. It's clear he's feeling the weight of those earlier losses. He's trying to stay aggressive, but it's tough when Phantom is playing with this much confidence. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we expected. Havoc kept it close for a while, but the top seed is firmly in control of the pace. Let's see if Havoc finds a gear. Phantom holds a slim 1-point advantage going into 13. He's definitely pushing back against the odds makers here. Phantom is just pulling away now, leading 8-6. It's not a surprise seeing that skill gap materialize. The pressure is really starting to mount for Havoc now that he's fallen back into a multi-round hole. Unbelievable grit from Phantom, clutching out the victory with just a sliver of health left. He is proving to be exactly as formidable as his rank suggests. A lightning fast exchange that goes entirely in his favor. Another one for him as he keeps this resurgence going. Getting closer and closer to a full reset here. He is on fire. That's 3 in a row as the deficit shrinks. The underdog is finally finding a way to push back. A total shutdown of the engagement, moving him just 2 points away from the finish. A crisp finish there, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The higher seed is simply too polished for him to handle. What a survival. He barely escapes with his life to keep this dream alive. He's finally found some footing after a rough morning. Absolutely breathless finish. Phantom digs deep to secure the match victory in a complete brawl. Havoc really fought for every inch out there, but he just couldn't find a way to seal the deal. What a fight! Phantom comes out firing right away, catching Catalyst on the box for the early lead. Phantom has clearly found his confidence today. Well, he's historically held the upper hand in this rivalry, and his map-specific performance is significantly higher. We have to wonder if Catalyst can actually find a way to respond. He shows some real grit here, clawing back around to keep this competitive. Not an uncommon start for the underdog in these high-stakes matchups. What a brawl! He manages to outlast Phantom in a frantic exchange to pull within one. Unreal. He barely walks away from that fight, eventually clearing him off the box to regain a 2-round lead. Phantom is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Definitely looks like the favorite is playing to his standard. Another clean play here as Phantom knocks him off the box to further widen the gap. A frantic scramble for survival that ultimately goes to Catalyst. A tough stretch for someone who's been so dominant lately. Phantom is leaning on a massive career sample of over 20,000 matches to keep his composure. So yeah, that experience is showing in how he's handling this specific set of encounters. It will be tough for Catalyst to bridge this gap. It's 9-3 in favor of Phantom, and honestly this is a total reversal from the hype. Catalyst entered as the clear frontrunner, but he's just not keeping up with Phantom's pace on this map. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Catalyst is hanging on, but Phantom holds a huge 9-4 lead. Phantom's cruising now with a commanding 10-4 advantage. The number 3 ranked player in the league is really asserting himself. The speed of these encounters is just blistering. Phantom is effectively ending these rounds before they even begin. What a survival! He manages to scrap his way out of that fight from the box, barely hanging on. Catalyst is putting on a surprising push here. He's finally starting to close the gap. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking the round without letting a single bullet touch him. What a fight! He survives a brutal slugfest to keep this streak rolling for a 4th time. A huge swing for the man sitting at number 4 right now. Phantom shuts down that comeback attempt immediately, putting himself just 1 round away from the finish. He keeps the dream alive with another lightning fast reaction, forcing the series to go the distance. Absolute chaos here as he digs deep to survive that brutal firefight and keep the pressure mounting. What a surge! He secures a 3rd straight win from the box to keep his hopes alive. He's really proving the doubters wrong in this set. Game over! Phantom closes the door with 1 final burst to secure the victory. Catalyst really pushed him to the brink there, but the veteran knows exactly how to close out a map like this. He had to work for that one. Catalyst holds a commanding 68% win rate in their head-to-head history. And honestly, his recent 13-7 victory over Havoc proves he's the one who knows how to handle this specific matchup. It'll be tough for Havoc to turn things around today. Catalyst is looking sharp today, quickly shutting Havoc down as he tried to push from the ramp. He's been in a tough spot lately, coming off that 4-loss slide. Havoc just completely outplayed him from the Tetris, keeping things dead even at 2-all. He's really fighting against the grain with those recent results. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, using that ramp advantage to get ahead in the score. And just like that, we are deadlocked at 3 apiece. He is definitely playing like the higher rated favorite right now. What an absolute scramble! He barely walked away from that fight with a sliver of health. He's certainly ignoring that poor form from earlier today. Unreal! He claws back a victory from the Tetris, surviving with almost nothing left. Quite a turnaround for the number 6 rated player. He's simply too fast right now, putting together a strong 3-round run. That's a massive contrast to the top-tier form he's shown lately. Catalyst manages to pull another one back, continuing his steady climb into this game. He's staying aggressive and refuses to let Havoc pull away before they head into the break. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a total shock given how he struggled recently. He's completely defying his poor form to keep a slim grip on the map. Switch sides. A completely effortless exchange, and he continues to chip away at that early lead. This is exactly the kind of resilience we expected from the favorite. Havoc just shuts him down on the Tetris, and he's firmly in control of this series now. He's showing a surprising amount of composure today. And he responds instantly, walking away from that exchange without taking a single hit. The favorite is proving a lot harder to shake than expected. Havoc catches him right on the ramp, and he's starting to put some serious distance between them. Havoc is putting on a real clinic right now, despite that 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's really shaking off those previous struggles. It looks like he's completely forgotten about those recent losses. Catalyst quickly gets the drop on his opponent to stop that momentum. The higher rated man is starting to find some ground here. He just cruised through that exchange to put himself in a prime position to close the set. That was a clean snap, back into control for him. Game over. Havoc shuts the door and secures the victory. He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry. It's just incredible to see that head-to-head gap start to close. Phantom enters this one with a massive head-to-head advantage, winning nearly 67% of their total encounters. It's clear that mentality is carrying over since he already took the first round. Now the pressure is on Havoc to prove he can disrupt this trend. Phantom's just cruising through this, holding a 2-1 lead. Expectations are being met by the number 2 seed. That last exchange was over in a heartbeat. Phantom is really putting the heat on Havoc right now. He just shuts the door from the ramp, putting an end to that early surge. The difference in rating is starting to show on the server. What a response! He's showing real grit and refuses to let his opponent pull away further. Phantom is currently sitting on a 21-15 record today, and is looking very sharp in this series. He seems to have all the answers right now, while Havoc is really fighting an uphill battle to get back into this match. Phantom reads him perfectly, picking him right off the ramp to extend this run. He is absolutely untouchable right now, extending his streak and putting a massive gap in the scoreboard. Havoc wins another from the ramp, cutting the lead to 8-3 before the break. He's definitely showing why he's currently 6th on the ladder. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's played exactly to his 68% map win rate here. It's a very steady start from the favorite. Time for a reset. Phantom's just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-4. Exactly the result we saw in their last meeting on Italy. Phantom just cleans him off the ramp, really putting a grip on this match. He's really asserting himself as the top-rated player in the room. A total shutdown there, and the momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Both players traded heavy damage in a wild scramble, but he manages to close it out for the match point. He's desperately clinging to a chance to stay alive here. A needed spark for the underdog right here. What a finisher! Phantom shuts everything down to secure the victory. Havoc just couldn't find the timing to keep up with him. Another clinical performance from a player who's really staring down the top of the leaderboard right now. Phantom holds a significant advantage on this map with a 63% win rate, and since he's already taking the early lead, it looks like he's playing into that historical strength. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure against the top 4 overall seed. Catalyst is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. This is an interesting shift, since he's currently the league's top-rated player. They are trading blows right now. It's an incredibly even start to this set. He's certainly showing why he's the number 1 seed currently. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to secure the round. We are all squared up now. A total deadlock. He's coming in with some serious confidence after that dominant 13-5 run. Catalyst edges ahead and now holds a slim lead. It's a tough spot for the top seed to be in. These two are locked in a complete stalemate right now, neither one giving an inch. The top-rated man in the league is really stepping up. Catalyst keeps the momentum, leading by a single round. He's definitely looking for redemption after that recent defeat on the dunes. Phantom is the number 1 player on the ladder, and that usually translates to a massive advantage. It's a bit surprising to see him falling behind like this. We have to wonder if he's feeling the pressure of the favorite tag. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, things are playing out just as expected, with the favorite firmly in the driver's seat. Now we see if he can close this out. Time for a quick reset. Catalyst is really pulling away now, sitting pretty at 8-5. The head-to-head history heavily favors Phantom, yet he's struggling tonight. What a scrap! Both players were nearly gone, but Phantom just barely manages to scrape through. That was a nail-biter for the second seed. That's a second straight for Phantom, who is refusing to let his opponent close this out early. The gap is narrowing fast now. Absolute control from the second seed, who has now completely raised that early deficit to force a tie. The momentum has shifted completely in this set. Goodness, what an absolute brawl! He barely survives a chaotic exchange to reclaim a 1-round lead. It's a tough break for the number 1 ranked guy right now. What a scrap! He barely survives a brutal trade to bring us back to a dead heat. Neither of these two can seem to put the other away. Catalyst just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 10-9. A massive amount of career matches behind him, yet he's fighting uphill. Catalyst is really building some heat here, putting a lot of pressure on the top seed. A precise finish from the top seed, who's refusing to go down without a fight. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. He keeps the surge going, bringing the score right back to a deadlock. Pure chaos as the pressure just keeps mounting for both. Absolute chaos there as he barely walks away from that firestorm to put himself just 1 round away from the victory. He keeps his composure in a tense exchange to force us into a sudden death tiebreaker. Looking at the head-to-head, he's facing a mountain of past losses. He is really putting the pressure on now, putting his opponent on the defensive side of this duel. The momentum is clearly swinging towards the number 4 seed. And we're back to a deadlock. Phantom just completely shut that one down to keep his comeback alive. Both of these guys are simply refusing to break. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking control of this clash at the most critical time. It is a total toss-up at this stage. What an absolute war of attrition. He barely manages to survive that exchange to keep the series locked. Absolute nails on the edge tension as they enter this final stretch. A fierce exchange of fire, but he manages to come out on top. This is certainly not how the pre-game projections looked. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this match with a perfectly timed strike to claim the victory. That's a huge statement win. He just completely defied the map odds to secure this victory over the number 1 seed. What a fight! Unbelievable. Both of them were nearly empty, but Catalyst claws out the win by a thread. Catalyst historically owns this matchup with a 68% win rate. It's clear Havoc is trying to break that psychological grip by starting strong today. We'll see if he can maintain this early pressure. Catalyst is just dominating, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. Both of these players are comfortably in the top 10 of our rating. These reactions are becoming instant. This set is moving at a breakneck pace. The number 4 seed is starting to feel the heat. Pure chaos in that exchange. He somehow manages to survive with practically nothing left. Havoc was way too quick for him, catching Catalyst right there on the wine. Catalyst is definitely leaning into his recent form with an 80% win rate over the last 10 matches. So yeah, it feels like he's carrying that confidence into this lead. Now Havoc has to find a way to shake this momentum before the gap widens. He's showing plenty of heart now, narrowing this deficit to a 2-round gap. He's certainly proving he can play at this level against the favorite. Catalyst shuts that door tight, securing the win while holding the high ground on Tetris. He's a force to be reckoned with among the top 5. Catalyst leads 8-4 going into the break. Honestly, we're seeing exactly what we anticipated here. He's just playing the better game of the two, keeping himself in the driver's seat as we head into the second half. Time for Havoc to answer back. What a scramble! Both are nearly dead, but he manages to edge out the win by a hair. He's definitely playing with an edge, as that number 4 rank suggests. Catalyst is putting on a clinic with a 10-4 cushion. His current run of form really sets the tone here. He just won't stop. That's a 3rd straight victory for Catalyst as the pressure continues to mount. Havoc manages to snap the run and put a point on the board. He answers right back with that round, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Game over. Catalyst closes it out and secures the victory. He really proved that his current form is no fluke, just completely outclassing his opponent throughout the whole set. Phantom has a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 67% of their total encounters. It's no surprise he's the clear favorite here given how consistently he's beaten this opponent. I want to see if Havoc can actually force a closer series today. Havoc is looking really sharp right now, using the ramp to carve out a small lead early on. He's definitely proving the ladder wrong right now. He's just completely taken over the map, extending his lead to 3-1. He's shaking off those recent losses with a vengeance. Phantom answers back immediately to keep this series tight. That side of the scoreboard looks a lot more natural now. Phantom has completely shifted the momentum back in his favor, making quick work of that trade on the ramp. The top 4 player in the league is looking very steady. Wow, a nail biter! He somehow scrapes through that encounter from the ramp to reclaim the lead. He just lived to fight another day with a tiny bit of health left. Phantom holds that high ground expertly, and we are right back to a dead heat. Both of these players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Phantom edge ahead by 1 as we hit round 9. He's showing a lot of confidence after that 13-5 victory earlier. And that's 3 straight for Phantom, who looks completely in control of this set. The top 3 seed is putting on a clinic here. He's just untouchable right now, taking another one without breaking a sweat. He's having a tough run lately, going 12 and 23 over the last day. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the higher seed is basically doing exactly what we expected him to do. He's simply playing better in these exchanges though. Havoc has shown some grit early on. Unreal, he barely survives that chaotic fight on the ramp to move into a commanding 9-4 lead. The number 3 seed is asserting his authority. Phantom is just relentless. He reads the play and cleans up from the Tetris to keep the pressure high. The rating gap between these two is really showing right now. Havoc is fighting back and manages to knock him right off the boxes. A tough day for the number 6 seed so far. Phantom is really suffocating him now, playing an incredible high-tempo game to close this out. These last few encounters are just a total coin flip. Neither one can put a real hold on this game. That was an absolute war, but he barely hangs on to push his lead to 12-6. His recent run of form is on full display tonight. Boom! Phantom finishes it right here, sealing the match with a perfect shot to clear the ramp. He just completely took over the series, proving once again why this matchup has been such a nightmare for Havoc. Phantom holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over half of their meetings. The early lead here just proves why he was the favorite going into this one. Let's see if Catalyst can close that gap. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the early game. The second ranked player on the ladder is looking scary right now. Catalyst gets the answer he needed and proves he's not going down without a fight. He's certainly not intimidated by the ranking gap today. He's keeping the pressure high, successfully clawing his way back into this game. Phantom is still in the driver's seat at 4-2. It's interesting to see him dominate here, given their last encounter. Phantom has an overwhelming map win rate of 65% in these specific encounters. So yeah, he really knows how to control the pace of this fight. It'll be tough for Catalyst to find a way to disrupt that flow. Phantom is pulling away now, leading it 6-3. He looks completely comfortable in this matchup. A wild exchange of fire where both players were heavily damaged, but Catalyst managed to survive it. That was a close call, barely surviving that last trade. Phantom had no trouble with that, quickly picking Catalyst right off the box. Coming off a very clean 13-6 result against Havoc earlier today. Phantom leads 8-4 going into the break. I mean, the betting market had Catalyst as the favorite, but the reality on the server is completely different. He's making this look easy right now. Time to see if Catalyst can rally. Phantom is just too sharp from that height, quickly picking him off from the box. The overall win rate gap is really starting to show here. Phantom still looms large with a 9-5 advantage. A very tight battle given how the overall head-to-head numbers look. Phantom's comfortably ahead at 9-6 as we head in. He's starting to look like that top 4 powerhouse we expected. He tracks him perfectly, picking Phantom right off the box to keep the surge alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. A quick reset here as he immediately shuts down that momentum surge. Another clean execution for Catalyst, who's proven remarkably stubborn in the face of this deficit. Phantom is quickly shutting down this attempt at a comeback, keeping the pressure firmly on. A quick burst is all it took for him to reclaim control. He's just one round away from victory. What a reflex! Catalyst drags the opponent right off that box to keep his hopes alive. Unreal! After a brutal scrap, Phantom finally secures the win and closes out the map. That was an absolute grind to the end. He really showed why he's the king of this particular map. What a battle! Catalyst was far too quick to react to Havoc taking that high ground. Catalyst has dominated this particular head-to-head rivalry throughout their history. It's clear that this mental edge is playing a huge role right now. Havoc really needs to find a way to disrupt that momentum. Catalyst was way too fast for him, picking up the kill before Havoc could even settle in on that ramp. Havoc secures that one from the Tetris, keeping things very tight between these two. A strong showing for him, given how rough his last 3 games went. We've got a dead heat at 3 apiece. A real shock given those recent results from his side. Catalyst takes a slim lead, pulling ahead 4-3. The 4 seed is proving why he's higher on the ladder. Havoc looks incredibly comfortable holding that Tetris position, barely giving Catalyst any room to breathe. Catalyst holds a narrow 1-round advantage at 5-4. The higher seed is showing a lot of composure today. Havoc fights back to even things up at 5-all. Coming off a rough stretch of matches today, he's fighting back. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Catalyst really seems to be winning the reaction battle today. We're locked up at 6 apiece. I mean, Havoc is playing way above his usual level here. It's a huge shift from his poor recent form, and he's refusing to back down against the favorite. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead by a single round. He's certainly playing like the higher seed in this one. Catalyst has been an absolute nightmare for his opponent over their entire history. Well, this is just another chapter in a trend that favors him heavily. It'll take some serious resilience from Havoc to pull this back. A gritty win there, and he's refusing to let this game slip away. That was a tight scramble to get the edge. Catalyst is cruising now, commanding a healthy 3-round cushion. He is clearly the more seasoned player in this rivalry. He's really digging in now, clawing back into this match. Still fighting the uphill battle against the stronger seed. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health to keep his momentum going. Goodness, he almost let that one slip, barely surviving the exchange to take another round. He's staying aggressive and refuses to fold, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. He's certainly making this a contested affair. Absolute deadlock now. He's simply refusing to quit and has clawed his way back to a tie. It is becoming a very unpredictable series for the top seed. He puts an end to that comeback attempt with a lightning fast shot, putting him one step away from victory. What a fight. We are headed to overtime after that incredible response from Havoc. Absolute chaos in this set, neither side is letting up. We've officially shifted into a different gear now that the pressure of the first half is gone. His current form is just on another level compared to the field. A textbook sequence, Havoc just deletes him from the Tetris to force another tie. The tension is through the roof right now. He's completely flipped the script, using the Tetris to outmaneuver his opponent yet again. Catalyst is really leaning into those early reactions, catching Havoc right as he pushed off the ramp. This is a huge stand for the number 6 seed. What a frantic exchange, but he manages to scrap through with just a sliver of health to move within striking distance of the win. Unreal! Havoc survives the onslaught and closes out the series with an incredible comeback victory. He really needed that one to shake off the bad luck he's had all day. To finally get a win against that guy in overtime was just special. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Havoc and Phantom are facing off on fast aim with the top seed looking for another strong victory. Phantom is putting on a clinic so far, easily picking Havoc off those planks to open things up. He really owns this head-to-head matchup historically. Phantom is just too fast right now, catching Havoc while he was trying to hold that ramp. Phantom holds a massive historical lead with over 1,100 total wins in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the heavy favorite here, but Havoc's recent win against Catalyst shows he can keep up with the elite. I wonder if we're seeing a shift in the dynamic. Phantom is clinging to a slim one-round lead here. Exactly what you'd expect from the current ladder leader. What a fight! Havoc claws back into a deadlock after nearly losing it all from the ramp. A huge contrast from that 13-6 blowout the other day. Phantom just reacts a step faster, catching Havoc while he's pinned to the wall. It's a tough spot for the number 6 guy to be in. We've hit a complete stalemate at 4 apiece. He's really fighting through a tough run today. Havoc officially takes the lead, moving ahead 5-4. He's really shaking off that recent loss to the top seed. Phantom manages to trade back and secure the high ground from the wine box. The top-rated guy in the league is finally finding some footing. Phantom is really heating up, quickly shutting Havoc down as he tried to hold the ramp. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Havoc is playing way above his usual level here. He's not letting the world number 1 run away with the match like we expected. Fresh start for both players here. Havoc holds a slender advantage with 7 rounds tonight. Phantom is definitely feeling the pressure of this specific matchup. Havoc is really putting on the pressure, finding another fast kill while holding the ramp. He's absolutely rolling right now, putting a stranglehold on this match. Phantom is showing some real grit, picking him off the planks to narrow the gap. The pressure is mounting for our top-seeded player here. He wipes him right off that wine box, showing some real staying power in this series. The gap in their overall ratings really shows in the composure. Havoc is making the most of that ramp position to extend his lead. A total contrast from that 13-6 result in their last encounter. Phantom answers back instantly, cleaning him up from the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's starting to look like that heavy favorite we expected. Pure dominance here as he secures another effortless round to bring this map back to a dead heat. He's completely erased that lead in a blink. He is simply refusing to go away, securing his 3rd straight victory to take a narrow lead. His confidence is peaking right now. Unbelievable efficiency, he's now just 1 step away from ending this. He's really asserting his authority in this series. What a scramble! Havoc barely survives that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. That was an incredible scramble to keep his hopes alive. Havoc shuts it down from the ramp, forcing the match into a sudden death tie. The momentum has completely shifted in this final stretch. Phantom is showing incredible resolve, stepping up in this clutch moment to take a 13-12 lead. He has definitely proven why he sits at the top of the ladder. Another clean win for Phantom, who simply refuses to let this match slip away. A bit of an uphill battle for him now. A brutal exchange of fire, but the momentum stays with Phantom as he secures his 3rd straight victory. He's playing exactly like the top seed should. Unbelievable. Phantom closes it out right now, completely shutting the door on this match. He just had that extra gear when it mattered most. Havoc pushed him to the absolute brink in overtime, but the pressure finally told. What a fight! Phantom enters this map as the top player on our rating system, so he usually controls the flow. It's interesting because despite that high ranking, Catalyst has managed to keep things tight in their head-to-head history. We'll see if he can actually pull off the upset today. Phantom edges ahead, leading 2 rounds to 1. His recent run of form makes him a dangerous opponent right now. We've got a dead heat here. Both of these guys are refusing to let the other even get a foothold. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on now, picking Phantom right off the wine. He's putting those map win rate numbers to the test. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now won 3 straight. It's quite a shake-up for the number 1 seed on the ladder. He's absolutely relentless right now, picking up another win to really start pulling away. A complete flip from their last match together. Phantom is showing a lot of heart, shutting that down instantly to get back within striking distance. He's digging in deep now, refusing to let his opponent extend that lead further. Catalyst is really fighting against the grain here since he's historically won less than half his games on this map. It's showing a lot of mental grit to be leading the series despite those stats. I wonder if he can actually close the door on the top seed. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as we expected. He's looking sharp though. A 2-round gap is still very easy to close. Let's see how they handle the swap. He stays aggressive, taking a quick win to keep this series within reach. He's starting to look like the favorite again after that clean hit. Catalyst holds onto a 2-round cushion as we hit 14. It's quite a contrast to their last meeting on the dunes. He just completely outdueled his opponent, refusing to let that gap widen any further. It's getting harder for the underdog to keep this lead. An absolute blitz there to level the score, bringing this series right back to a tie. He's on a tear now, taking a 4th consecutive round to seize the lead. Exactly why he's sitting at the top of our rating list. Another lightning fast reaction, picking his opponent right off the wine to extend his run. A quick response from Catalyst to keep the gap tight. His current form suggests he'll be looking to reclaim his dominance quickly. We are totally locked in at 10-all. It's a sheer battle of wills between the top 4 seeds. He just completely erased Phantom from the server, taking an incredibly fast 3rd straight. Phantom refuses to go down quietly, clawing his way back to tie this up. Unreal! He just completely shuts the door on the comeback attempt and puts himself 1 step away from victory. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he survives the carnage to seal the series. That was just a brutal tug of war from start to finish. He really had to sweat for this one, but the number 1 seed holds his ground. What a fight! A quick start for Havoc, taking control of the ramp to secure that opening frame. Catalyst holds a significant historical advantage with a 68% win rate in their head-to-head meetings, and he's clearly leaning into that confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that pressure and shut down Havoc's early momentum. Havoc is really putting on the pressure right now, making it look easy from that ramp position. Tough stretch for the favorite, who's fighting to get things moving. Havoc's looking strong, clinging to a tight 3-2 lead. The number 4 seed is starting to find some footing. And just like that, Catalyst levels it up to 3-3. His higher rank is starting to make a difference in the trade. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair and manages to hold the ramp to move ahead 4-3. Pure chaos now as Catalyst forces a dead heat. A tough way to start the map for Havoc after a rough series with Phantom. Catalyst barely edges ahead, now leading 5-4. He's really playing like a top 5 talent today. Catalyst is simply on another level, quickly picking Havoc off the ramp to extend the lead. The A-game from the top 7% of the ladder is fully on display. He completely shuts down that ramp play to keep this rolling into the break. A devastating run of form from the favorites right now. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, this is exactly how we expected the first 12 rounds to play out. His strong 73% map win rate is showing, though Havoc is keeping things competitive. Havoc needs a spark here. What a fight! He survives a brutal exchange to pull around back from the brink. He's showing some real grit by fighting back like this. A total shutdown for the underdog, and suddenly we have ourselves a deadlock at 7-all. Catalyst just makes a fast play from the ramp to put the pressure back on. That's a tough reality check for the higher seeded player. Havoc has been struggling today, coming in with a 12-23 record over the last 24 hours. He really needs to find some stability if he wants to stop the momentum from shifting entirely toward Catalyst. He's completely in control, now picking up another effortless victory to extend the lead. Havoc picks him off the Tetris to hold his ground. He's managing to bridge the gap despite those tough numbers in his head-to-head history. He's staying incredibly stubborn, refusing to let this series slip away. The underdog is certainly refusing to back down tonight. Unbelievable. He survives a chaotic exchange to knock Catalyst off the ramp and keep the surge going. He's simply refusing to blink in these high-pressure exchanges. Catalyst just takes control of the server, pushing his lead back to 12-10. The higher seed is finally reclaiming his territory. Game over. Catalyst closes it out from the Tetris to claim the victory. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit, showing so much heart despite the brutal history between these two. He really earned every point in that one. What a fight! Phantom is currently enjoying a strong run of form with 4 straight wins. And that momentum seems to be carrying over perfectly into this series. Havoc is definitely feeling the pressure of that losing streak right now. Phantom is just too sharp today, catching Havoc right as he tried to push up the ramp. He's certainly playing like the #1 seed today. Total deadlock now, with Havoc and Phantom tied at 2. Phantom usually owns this specific matchup. Phantom clinches the lead, putting Havoc on the back foot. His 80% recent form is really starting to show here. The pace of this match is just blistering. Phantom is ending these encounters almost instantly. Absolutely effortless. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now. He's just not letting up, taking another clean round to push the lead to 6-2. He's absolutely on fire, extending the lead to 7-2 with another fast win. A decisive response here as Havoc finally disrupts that momentum. He's certainly fighting a tough battle against the top seed. Phantom has managed to win nearly 67% of their total head-to-head encounters. And honestly, it's clear that historical dominance is playing a huge role in the mental battle today. We have to wonder if Havoc can find any answers before the halftime break. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected things to go. His superior map win rate is giving him a huge advantage here. Havoc claws back 1, trailing by 3 now. Looking at the overall rankings, the world #1 is finally being challenged. Phantom keeps the grip tight, now leading by 4. A crucial response after that brief slip in composure. The momentum has shifted completely. Havoc is refusing to let this slip away. He's dealing with a tough stretch overall today. Phantom's just cruising now, holding a commanding 10-6 lead. His consistency throughout the day has been truly impressive. That was a blink and you missed it. Phantom is just reacting way too quickly right now. He manages to clear the ramp and puts himself just one step away from victory. He's really putting on a clinic, fully living up to the pre-match hype. A tough blow for the favorite, as he's forced to wait just a bit longer for the finish. Havoc is certainly showing a lot of heart in this series. A huge response from the underdog, keeping the dream alive for another round. He's certainly making this an uphill battle for the favorite. And there it is. Phantom seals the series and takes the victory. He's just untouchable right now, and he clearly had the upper hand from the start on this map. What a desperate scrap to start the match, but Phantom manages to scrape through with the narrowest of leads. Phantom really holds a massive advantage on this specific map, winning 70% of his encounters here. It's making a lot of sense why we're seeing such a dominant start from the top-rated player. I wonder if Catalyst can find any way to turn the tide. He's just completely untouchable right now, closing out another round without taking a single hit. Just a total shutdown. He is putting on a display of pure skill. The top seed is looking completely locked in. A quick reaction from the container allows Catalyst to get back on the board. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on now, managing to clear him right off that ramp. The number 1 rated guy is finally showing some cracks. Phantom is currently sitting on a 5-win streak over his last 10 games. It's really clear that he's bringing an incredible amount of confidence into this server today. He just needs to maintain this pressure to close the map out. Phantom was clearly expecting him to hold that ramp, but he just wasn't ready for the speed of that peak. He's starting to claw back into this, getting an aggressive push to take out Phantom right on the ramp. It's a surprising shift from their last encounter on MVP. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to take this one easily, but he's struggling to keep up. We are seeing a real fight here as the underdog pushes for a big win. Let's see if the momentum holds. Another rapid fire for Catalyst, and he's showing some serious grit in this second half. The underdog is starting to look way too comfortable. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us level at 7-all. The script has completely flipped for the top-rated player. Absolute purity on that shot. He's really carving through the field now. A complete nightmare scenario for the favorite right now. He's simply too strong right now, taking control of this series with a huge 4-round surge. He's really shaken the confidence of the favorite today. Phantom answers back immediately to keep the game tight. His 23-14 run today shows just how seasoned he is. He is just refusing to back down, extending the lead to 10-8 with an effortless point-blank burst. Seeing him really fight back despite the ranking gap. A scrappy encounter, but he outlasts the exchange to move within 2 of the finish line. It's getting harder and harder for the high-ranked side to steady the ship. What a fight! He clings to life with just 14 health to secure his 3rd straight win. That was an incredibly tight scrap for the win. Phantom finds his mark with a crisp headshot to keep the dream alive. He's fighting a tough uphill battle after that shaky start. He's staying incredibly composed, keeping the pressure on with another flawless exchange. A tough outlasting of the exchange, and he just won't let this series slip away. This is exactly why he's the one most people trusted today. He forces the deadlock, keeping his streak alive to send this huge encounter into overtime. Total reset for both of them entering the final stretch. What a statement. He takes this one without breaking a sweat to seize the lead. A real test of nerves for the top seed in this overtime push. Phantom is simply refusing to break, stepping up to even this map at 13-0. It is almost impossible to call this now. A lightning-fast response from Catalyst, reclaiming the lead in this high-stakes push. He keeps this incredible fight going, securing a huge kill from the ramp to tie it all up. It's a total toss-up now, regardless of who enters as the favorite. Phantom is showing incredible strength, taking this round to put himself just one step away from victory. He's completely locked back into the flow of the game. Absolutely legendary. He closes the series with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he just wouldn't let that lead slip away in the final moments. That was an absolute grind of a set. He really earned it. Catalyst has an incredibly strong historical lead in this pairing, winning roughly 68% of their encounters. It makes sense that he's starting the match with an advantage given his previous success here. We have to see if Havoc can actually shake off those recent losses. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, extending that lead to 3. Havoc shows some grit here, picking his rival right off the box. He's showing he can hang with the favorite. That was a total slugfest, but he manages to claw out another victory. Absolutely sensational. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us level. The momentum swings back as he takes an edge in the score. A tough stretch for him after that loss to Phantom. He's digging deep here, securing a tidy exchange to flatten the score. He's really starting to close that gap against the favorite. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with the sliver of health left. What a fight! He barely survives that brutal exchange to lock the score at 5-5. The underdog is proving way too stubborn to be brushed aside. Both players trade heavy damage, but he comes out on top in a brutal fight. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he is playing way above his head right now. Despite the historical gap, he is taking a surprising lead against the higher seed. Time to see how Catalyst responds. He keeps the pressure high, extending his lead to 3 rounds. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked side here. What a desperate brawl! He nearly goes down, but manages to claw his way to a 9-5 lead. He's completely dismantled the expectations for this encounter. Havoc is really defying his recent form, having struggled through an 11-24 record over the last day. It's quite impressive to see him turn things around so sharply here. It'll be interesting to see if this confidence can carry him through to a victory. Havoc is dominating, pushing his advantage to a 10-7 lead. The top-seeded player is finally showing some resistance. A clean set of shots there as he continues to push his advantage over the opposition. The pace of these rounds is just electric, with almost every encounter ending in a heartbeat. He's really fighting back to stay in this. He's showing some real tenacity, shutting down the momentum and keeping this set very much alive. Both players are locked in as we enter the final stretch. That was an incredibly fast exchange, and now Havoc is just 1 round away from securing the win. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series victory. It's a massive statement from the underdog, finally breaking that long losing streak against one of the best in the league. Phantom clearly owns this matchup with a 67% all-time win rate over his opponent. It's a massive psychological hurdle for Havoc, given how regularly he's fallen to him lately. We'll see if that early round win is enough to shake his confidence. Havoc is charging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is feeling the heat early. We are deadlocked in a seesaw battle here, with neither player able to string together a consecutive round win yet. Phantom finally claws back into a 3-2 advantage. He looks completely comfortable as the top seed on the ladder. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's completely taken over the server. He's just completely in control of the server, taking his lead to 5-2. He's just completely tearing through this set, claiming his 5th straight. The top seed is showing exactly why he's number 1. Havoc finds his mark and puts an end to that run. Phantom has been on a tear lately with a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's clearly playing at a level right now that makes it very difficult for anyone to keep up. He'll want to lean into this momentum to close things out quickly. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan here. The world number 1 is just too precise, leaning on that 66% map win rate to stay ahead. Time for Havoc to wake up. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's certainly capitalizing on that rating difference right now. Wow, what a scrap. Havoc barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. Phantom's just cruising now, holding a commanding 10-5 lead. A very clean set of results for the world number 1 today. It's becoming a bit of a landslide now, with Phantom just completely icing out his opponent. He's been absolutely dominant in his other matches today as well. Havoc is fighting back, but he still has a massive mountain to climb if he wants to push this into a real series. Another swift duel for Phantom, leaving him just a single round away from victory. What a chaotic trade-off to end it, but he outlasts him to seal the victory. He really looked like he had the answer for every single move Havoc tried today. A flawless way to keep that top seed spot. Phantom comes out swinging and takes the opening exchange, pushing Catalyst right off that ramp. Catalyst has a huge 73% win rate on this map, and that historic comfort is exactly why he's managed to keep this series tight despite the gap in their rankings. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn that map edge into a lead. Phantom's holding a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. The top player in the league is certainly showing why. Phantom's really in the driver's seat at 3-1. He's really mirroring the success from their previous encounter. A completely untouched finish for the favorite, who's now on a roll. He's looking incredibly sharp after a strong 24-12 day so far. A perfect reaction there, and he's showing plenty of fight to stay in this. This puts some pressure on the higher seeded competitor. What a scrap! He barely scrapes by with the win, showing real grit to claw this back. The momentum is shifting as he manages to keep this close. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to squeeze out a win by a hair. The ladder's top seed is playing with a lot of confidence. A tough spot for Catalyst, who just couldn't find the angle while both of them were fighting for that ramp. He really has the psychological edge in this head-to-head. He's showing incredible resolve, shutting that door quickly to narrow the gap. He needed that, a bit of a response to keep his hopes alive. Another great sequence for him, holding a strong line on the ramp to put the pressure back on. The momentum is shifting heavily in this set. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, we expected the heavy favorite to take over, but Catalyst just isn't matching the underdog's current heat. He'll need a huge wake-up call to flip this script. Time to see a different side. Phantom is just too fast today, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure high. Coming in as the top seed, he's clearly playing his game. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange and manages to pull the target off the ramp. This result is mirroring the outcome of their previous meeting today. Catalyst just shuts that down, picking Phantom off the ramp to put a little bit of a dent in that lead. He holds the height on the Tetris to keep this rally alive. The gap in their rankings is becoming less apparent with every win. He is simply on fire right now, swatting Phantom off the ramp to keep this surge going. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He earns another flawless win to completely even the map at 9-9. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. A quick adjustment by Phantom, clutching that ramp to regain a one-round advantage. The world number one is definitely regaining his footing. And he's back on top. He secures that trade from the Tetris to tie this game up. It's becoming a complete toss-up as we enter the final stretch. He's just refusing to go away, stepping up with another huge stop to seize the lead. Phantom just barely manages to scramble out of that ramp position to keep things dead even. The world's top-rated player is proving very difficult to shake. What a recovery! He takes full control of the server and puts himself just one round away from victory. Incredible! He survives a brutal trade to secure the victory and complete an amazing turnaround. He just couldn't close it out. That's a massive result for the lower seed to finally break that losing streak. What a fight! Catalyst has absolutely owned this rivalry with a win rate of 68% over their history together. It's clear that psychological edge is weighing heavy on Havoc right now. Let's see if Havoc can actually break that pattern. Catalyst keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. What a scramble. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to tie this series up. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-9 result on Dunes. Another one. He punishes Catalyst from the ramp to claim a third straight round. The number 4 seed is really struggling to find a solution. Catalyst answers right back to bring the series back to a dead heat. The Mar 4 seed is playing a very disciplined game. Havoc is just too quick right now, catching Catalyst right off that boost. Tough look for the favored man here. We are completely locked in at 4 apiece. The top 4 seed is looking a lot more comfortable now. Havoc is starting to seize control here, using that Tetris platform to get the edge. Really leaning into that momentum from the Dunes result. Havoc has an all-time win rate of only 48%, but he's really defying those numbers today. He's taking full advantage of this momentum to put the higher ranked player on the defensive. Havoc holds a slim edge as we hit round 11. The Monper 4th seed is quickly regaining his footing. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's really shaking things up as the underdog. Catalyst normally has the upper hand on this map, but he's clearly struggling to close out the rounds here. Let's see who strikes first here. Havoc is just dominating now, extending that lead to 8-5. He's really putting that 6th rank to work today. Havoc is simply cruising at 9-5. A really shaky start for the higher rated player today. Catalyst is fighting to stay in this, keeping his head up after that rough start. Unreal. Catalyst digs deep and manages to pull him off the Tetris, barely surviving that exchange. That's an incredible claw back from the brink for him. He is on fire. That's another quick one for Catalyst to keep this resurgence alive. A clean exchange there as Havoc puts a stop to that quick burst from his opponent. He's definitely having a better day today than he did against Phantom. Catalyst manages to knock him off the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the series. Both of these players are reacting instantly. We're seeing a lot of these rounds decided in under 2 seconds. He manages to clear him off the Tetris, continuing this stubborn rally. He's showing why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he just barely claws out a victory to tie things up. That was a hard stopper, just a sliver of health left there. Havoc quickly shuts things down from the Tetris, moving within striking distance of victory. Unbelievable grit from the top seed to force this into overtime. A total shutdown. He completely denies the response and moves into a commanding position. He really seems to be finding his footing after that early stumble. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply outclassing his opponent now, taking a commanding lead in the overtime stretch. The top seed is finally asserting his authority in this overtime set. He's just unstoppable right now, grabbing another one and pushing himself to the very limit of the series. What a statement! Catalyst completes the turnaround with an effortless finale to close out the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially with how things looked in the first half. What a fight! Phantom holds a massive 67% head-to-head win rate over Havoc. It's an edge that usually translates into a mental wall for his opponent. We'll see if Havoc can actually disrupt that pattern today. He's just too fast right now, claiming his third straight round. This looks exactly like their last meeting on Italy P. Havoc finally pushes back, claiming a tidy round to stop the slide. The underdog is definitely showing some fight now. Phantom is cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. That's a tough spot to be in for someone who's already gone 11-24 today. He's really digging in now, claiming another victory from the ramp to chip away at that lead. Phantom is currently the highest rated player in our league, and honestly, that gap in raw skill is becoming obvious as he keeps the pressure on. It'll be a long climb for Havoc if he can't find a way to slow this pace down. He is really digging in, putting together a second straight win to keep this comeback alive. This is putting a huge dent in the pre-match expectations. Incredible! He's clawed his way back to completely even the series. A complete shift in momentum for this series. Phantom shuts things down quickly, picking him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. The top seed is finally starting to pull away. Phantom takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the A-list seed is doing exactly what we expected him to do. He's outperforming his opponent on a map where he holds a huge historical advantage. Let's see if the side switch sparks something. He secures this one from the ramp, proving he's far from finished in this set. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. What a brawl! He barely survives that exchange to bring the score completely level. His confidence is through the roof right now. He's simply on fire right now, outlasting the exchange to secure his third straight victory. This is a shocking turn for the favorite tonight. He answers back immediately, ending a messy firefight to lock the series at 8-8. He's looking much sharper than he did in his last match against Catalyst. Phantom just isn't letting him breathe, shutting him down instantly as he tried to hold that ramp. He's just completely took over again, picking up his third straight point to put the pressure back on. What a scrap! He refuses to stay down, surviving a grueling exchange to keep this battle close. Talk about a nail-biter of an exchange. The pressure is really mounting now, and Phantom is just a couple of points away from closing this out. Phantom is absolutely locked in, picking him off the ramp to move within a single round of victory. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom secures the victory in an effortless finish. He really proved why he's sitting at the top of the standings today, keeping his cool whenever things got shaky. Phantom has historically dominated this rivalry with over 900 wins across their encounters. Well, he's starting this set just as strong as those numbers suggest. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can shut that down early. Phantom is absolutely cruising with a clean 2-0 lead. The number 1 rated player on the ladder is looking sharp. Phantom holds the edge with a 2-1 lead. This is the second time we've seen these two today. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, making it quite difficult for Catalyst to keep pace. Phantom stays in control with a tight 3-2 lead. He's usually the heavy favorite in these sorts of bouts. Catalyst fights back to tie it up at 3-all. It's a complete stalemate between the two heavy hitters. Phantom is showing some real resilience, refusing to let Catalyst pull away after that quick run. The number 1 ranked player is starting to flex his muscles. Phantom has an incredible 23-13 record today. It's clear he's coming into this set with massive confidence. Catalyst definitely needs to find a way to break that momentum before it snowballs. He's just completely taken over the server with another commanding win. That's a far cry from their last meeting on Red Line. He is simply in another league right now, continuing his steer as we head toward the mid-game break. Phantom goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. And honestly, the betting favorites are completely off their game. That 6-round streak has basically put Catalyst in a hole he might not climb out of. Time for a complete reset. Catalyst finally grabs the round to make it 4-9. He's definitely not playing like the heavy favorite right now. Phantom just keeps piling on the pressure at 10-4. The top seed is simply too consistent today. Phantom is just making this look way too easy, moving closer to wrapping this up quickly. The top seed is really starting to separate himself from the field. Catalyst is showing he can definitely trade blows with the top seed here, keeping this fight alive. Catalyst is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight just as we enter the final stretch. A precise pair of shots brings him to the absolute edge of victory. He barely let that little run even start. Unbelievable! He claws back this round in a total firefight, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. What a way to stay in the game. What a way to close it out! Phantom secures the series with a perfect final exchange. He's really just untouchable on this map. Catalyst put up a decent effort, but the top seed was simply too fast today. Catalyst holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history. It's really clear he knows exactly how to handle Havoc's style. I'm curious to see if the ranking gap continues to play a role here. Catalyst is cruising through this, sitting comfortable at 2-1. That's a tough break for a guy who had a 56% win rate here. Unbelievable. Havoc claws back to a deadlock, barely scraping through that exchange to put his opponent down from the box. Catalyst regains his lead, now pulling ahead 3-2. He is certainly playing like the more highly rated player here. Catalyst just stretches the gap to 4-2. His recent 16-12 win over Havoc is starting to look like a preview. Havoc just tightened the grip on this series. He's refusing to let Catalyst slide away with it. He's been struggling tonight, and his last few games show a tough stretch. Pure chaos now that Havoc has forced a draw. A real battle between the top few players on the ladder. Catalyst barely holds onto that single round lead. His top 5 ranking is starting to show. Havoc has an 11-24 record over the last day, which really puts his current struggle into perspective. It's become a bit of a mountain to climb as Catalyst continues to stack up these round wins. I wonder if he can find some stability before the half. Catalyst heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead, and honestly everything is going according to plan. He used that 4-round burst to firmly establish control over the pace of this duel. Havoc needs to find some answers now. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing it to 9-4. The top 4 seed is simply too strong right now. Catalyst is running away with this, leading 10-4. His current form is far more consistent than we've seen from Havoc. Catalyst maintains the high ground and closes out another round from the box. He just looked completely untouchable in that sequence. Havoc puts up a fight, taking this one down from the box. It's a huge uphill climb against someone who has won 5 straight head-to-heads. What a fast response to secure the match point. His advantage in this rivalry is becoming a total lockdown. Game over. Catalyst secures the victory with a lightning-fast finish from the Tetris. Just a total shutdown of any momentum Havoc tried to build. He's really struggling to put things together in the server lately. Phantom has an absolute stranglehold on this rivalry with over 1100 all-time wins, and he's barely broken a sweat since their last meeting. He is clearly the dominant force in this head-to-head. I wonder if Havoc has any answers today? He clears the box with ease to move further ahead. The league leader is showing exactly why he's at the top. A sharp response from Havoc, refusing to let the underdog story end early. That was a lightning fast trade to get back in it. Phantom is cruising with a huge 4-1 lead. The world number 1 is just too sharp tonight. Havoc secures the ramp and puts up a fight, bringing the score to 2-4. A glimpse of a real contest here between the two. Phantom shuts him down on the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his court. It's a similar story to that 13-9 result they just had. Phantom is putting on a real clinic, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold that ramp. The number 1 seed is clearly feeling confident today. A flawless peek from Phantom to knock Havoc right off the ramp. He's really outclassing the opposition today. The momentum has completely shifted as he makes it 4 straight to extend his lead. This is a tough run for him, following a difficult day so far. Havoc manages to knock him off the Tetris just in time for the halfway mark. He's managed to secure a vital round right before the break. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. You know, he's played this exactly how we expected him to. Havoc is trying to keep pace, but the world number 1 is simply on a different level right now. Time to swap sides. Phantom has put up a strong 24-12 record over the last day. He's really capitalizing on a tough run of form for Havoc, who has struggled to close out games lately. He's looking completely comfortable in this lead. Phantom is practically untouchable with a commanding 10-5 lead. This is a huge shift for someone who has struggled in his last 3 games. Phantom just doesn't let up, reacting instantly to secure that win from the ramp. A tough afternoon for the 8th ranked player. He shuts that door instantly from the Tetris, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's completely in control of the map right now. A quick reaction there to keep the dream alive for another round. He's fighting uphill against an opponent who usually owns this matchup. And there it is. Phantom closes it out from the Tetris to take the map. A pretty straightforward result there, just adding another notch to his belt against the 8th seed. Phantom has been utterly dominant today with a 25-11 record. He's looking completely comfortable entering this match despite the slow start. I wonder if Catalyst can use that early momentum to shut down the league's top seed. Phantom is starting to put some pressure on Catalyst after that quick response. He's definitely looking like the more experienced fighter right now. We're all squared up at 2 apiece for this one. That's the number 1 seed making a statement early. He's just relentless right now, securing his 3rd straight point. The top seed is starting to assert that control. Goodness, what a fight! He barely walks away with that one, but it keeps the streak alive. That's the best player on the ladder, simply refusing to blink. Catalyst uses the ramp to secure this point, bringing the score back to 3-4. It's a tough hill to climb given their lifelong rivalry. Total deadlock now, with both players tied at 4. Unexpected to see the favorite shaking this much right now. Both players absolutely tore into each other there, but Catalyst walks away with another victory. He's fighting an uphill battle after that 7-13 loss earlier. A crisp exchange and the favorite answers back, tying things up at 5 apiece. Catalyst secures that one from the ramp and is really starting to separate himself in this set. We're locked in at 6-all. I mean, this is a very clean split. Catalyst is holding his own, which matches the high expectations for him going into this set. Fresh start from the other side. Phantom was way too quick from the Tetris, securing a nice lead as we head toward the finish. The top-rated guy on the ladder is certainly feeling the momentum. Phantom's current form is truly scary, showing a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, it's starting to feel like he's simply on a different level of consistency right now. We have to see if Catalyst can find any way to break this streak. He's simply too sharp, strolling to a 4th straight victory while taking 0 damage. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another effortless point to move within 2 of the finish. He's completely in control now and just needs one more to seal the deal. His overall consistency throughout the day has been incredible. Unreal. He closes it out in style to take the series. He's just too locked in right now. Poor Catalyst really fought hard, but he couldn't stop the number 1 seed's momentum. Wow, what a chaotic start! Both players were shredded, but Havoc just barely scrapes through the first round. Catalyst is simply too quick today, just cleaning up from that ramp position. Catalyst holds a massive historical advantage with nearly 1,000 wins over his opponent. It's interesting to see Havoc leading the early stages despite that head-to-head pressure. Let's see if he can actually maintain this pace. Catalyst claws ahead, moving into a 3-2 lead. He definitely looks like the stronger player of the two right now. Absolute control from the favorite, who is now firmly in the driver's seat. Havoc finds his mark, knocking the opponent off the ramp to close the gap. He's trying to shake off that rough 9:26 run from earlier. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. His current form is surprising given how bad those last few games went. Catalyst regains the edge, putting him up 5-4. And we're seeing that high ranking play out right now. It's becoming a real dogfight now, with neither side able to put the other away for long. Neither side is blinking first in this battle. Havoc takes a slim 1-round cushion into the next. The 4th ranked player is really starting to feel the pressure. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. Well, he's completely defying the odds here. It's a shock to see him ahead given that Catalyst has won their last 5 meetings. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Havoc is just on fire right now, picking up another quick win from the ramp. It's a complete role reversal from their last encounter on Dunes. Catalyst secures another one from the ramp, proving he's not going down without the fight. He's really digging in to keep this close. Another one for Catalyst, who is looking incredibly sharp as he narrows this gap. That composure is exactly why he's the higher ranked player here. What a comeback! He's officially erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. This is exactly the kind of resilience we've seen from him all day. He is completely taking over this match, scoring another perfect round to move a step closer to the finish. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly depleted, but Havoc manages to clutch out the win to level the score. Havoc surges back in front, holding a 10-9 lead. This looks nothing like their most recent set on Dunes. He's absolutely on fire, racking up another victory to bring the score to 11-9. The top 4 seed is really struggling to find any answers. That was effortless. He's refusing to let this game slide away. A quick response to stop the momentum swing. What a response! He's completely equalized this match with another smooth kill. The momentum is shifting completely back toward the favorite. He's just too strong right now, securing his 3rd straight win to put himself 1 point away from victory. What a finish! Catalyst seals the deal to take home the victory. He really pushed the champion to the limit today, but those late mistakes proved too costly. He had to work for that. Havoc comes out swinging with a strong start from the ramp to open things up. Phantom has won nearly 70% of their historical matchups together, which makes this slow start even more surprising given how well he's played today. We'll see if the higher rated player can finally find his footing. Havoc is just dominating, firmly in control at 3-1. Havoc is just refusing to let Phantom get any breathing room right now. Phantom answers back with a perfect shot, showing he's far from out of this. The favorite is starting to put on the pressure. He isn't going away quietly, showing some real grit to chip away at that lead. He's quickly narrowing the gap between himself and the leader. What a turnaround! He's completely wiped out the early deficit to even things up. A completely untouched kill to push the lead back to 5-4. Havoc is putting on a clinic from the ramp, really stretching out his lead. This is a tough spot for the world #1 to find himself in. Another swift victory from the ramp, and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. The momentum shift is stark compared to their meeting on red line. Havoc leads 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, the world #1 is looking very vulnerable right now. He's struggling to keep up with the underdog's pace. Let's see how Phantom responds here. Havoc is currently staring down a 926 record over the last day. You know, seeing him push a world-class opponent to this point is impressive, but he's fighting an uphill battle given his recent form. It'll take a perfect string of rounds to pull off the upset here. He's simply on fire right now, keeping this streak alive to stay within striking distance. The pressure is mounting as this gap quickly vanishes. He puts a stop to the run, regaining a 2-round cushion. The #1 rated player in the league is feeling the heat. He stays sharp, securing a clean victory to keep this rally alive. He's quickly scrubbing away that early lead. Absolute perfection from Phantom, leveling the playing field as the score hits 9-all. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of the series. The experience is showing for the higher ranked player. He's simply taking over, moving closer to the finish line as that 4-round surge continues. Havoc answers back with a quick headshot to keep this contest alive. Havoc is clawing back into this, and suddenly we are looking at a dead heat in the final stretch. He's completely flipped the script and now stands on the verge of victory. He's fighting a massive headwind after that rough stretch today. Unbelievable resilience from Phantom to force this a stalemate. We are headed to overtime. What an intense exchange. He barely scrapes through that trade to take a narrow lead. Just an absolute nail-biter of an exchange right there. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, continuing a fierce charge back into the lead. He's completely taken over the map, bringing himself just one step away from victory. The gap in experience is really showing in this clutch phase. A frantic trade of shots, but he manages to survive the exchange to keep this series alive. A huge moment of survival to get back into the mix. A totally clean sweep. He's showing unbelievable heart to force this deep into overtime. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match. He really pushed the world number 1 to the limit today. That was an incredible showing from Havoc. What a fight. Phantom is comfortably the better player on the ladder, and he typically handles this specific map with ease. But Catalyst is currently playing against the grain of those historical numbers. We'll see if this early lead is just a fluke or a real shift in momentum. He's just not letting up, securing a perfect third round to take complete control. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure. Unbelievable! He's just completely shut down the competition to start this map. And finally, Phantom gets his first point on the board. The league's top seed is finally finding his footing. Catalyst is really owning the map right now, using that window position to keep a firm grip on this series. Catalyst is just totally outplaying him right now, winning that trade from the ramp. He's really making the top seed look human right now. Another one. He claims it from the wine box to extend his lead to 7-1. Phantom's usual superiority is nowhere to be found right now. He is simply untouchable right now, taking the round without taking a single hit. He's really flipping the script from their last meeting. He secures the kill from the planks, putting a huge dent in his opponent's composure. It's just not the same result as their most recent encounter. What a finish! He barely escapes with his life, surviving on a single health point to secure another one. The top-rated player in the league is really struggling to adjust. Catalyst takes a commanding 10-2 lead. Well, the favorite is simply living up to the hype He's completely stripped the number 1 seed of any confidence going into the break. He's just completely out of sync, and it's starting to feel like a rout. He's completely reversed the outcome of their last head-to-head. That was incredibly fast. Phantom is starting to show a bit of that world-class speed we expect from him. Another point for Catalyst, and now he's just a single round away from the win. The favorite just can't find any answers for him. What a clutch effort! He survives on a sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. Absolute grit to claw back a point from that position. Wow, what a finale! He shuts the door on the map with a completely clean final frag. He just completely tore through the world's best right now, a total reversal from their last time out. Catalyst holds a massive historical lead, having won 68% of their past meetings. That mental edge is likely why he looks so composed right now. The pressure is really on Havoc to break that cycle. Total control from Catalyst, who puts up a third straight win to open the map. He's coming in with plenty of confidence after that recent victory on Mappas. He finally finds a way to break the momentum and claw back into this set. He's proving he can trade blows with the favorites. Catalyst is just dominating, staring down a huge 4-1 lead. It's a tough day so far for the number 9 seed. He's refusing to go away, securing another quick win to keep the fight alive. He's definitely keeping this close for now. Catalyst has played a lot of high-stakes matches lately, having gone 19-16 over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the server, while Havoc is fighting a much steeper uphill battle. He's just looking far more comfortable in the current flow of this match. Absolute perfection on that shot as he continues this impressive charge back into the game. Catalyst is making great use of those high ground spots to maintain his lead. That top 7 ranking is really starting to show. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. The gap between them is starting to feel quite wide. Catalyst takes the 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the higher seed is simply doing exactly what we expected him to do here. He's in a strong position to close this out. Let's see if Havoc finds his rhythm. Whoa! A total shootout there. He barely walks away from that exchange alive. He's really digging in his heels to keep this a contest. He's completely erased that deficit now, bringing the series back to a dead heat. What a frantic exchange. Catalyst barely clings on with a narrow lead after that chaos. A tough run for Havoc, who's struggling to find a win today. Catalyst pulls ahead to 9-7 and smells blood. The gap in their ratings is really starting to manifest. He just refuses to slow down, securing another victory to maintain his grip on this map. A complete shutout here as he extends that streak to 4 straight. That top 4 rating is giving him an immense amount of room to breathe. Havoc finds a clean opening and puts an end to that run. He's really fighting through a tough stretch of games today. Another flawless exchange here as he keeps chipping away at that lead. He's showing a lot of resilience with his comeback effort. That was incredibly fast. Catalyst is now just one more round away from victory. And there it is. He shuts the door on this match to take the victory. A really solid showing overall, especially considering how fast he was able to put those rounds away tonight. Phantom has a huge lifetime advantage here, winning about 67% of their head-to-head meetings. It's a bit surprising to see Havoc taking the first round given how frequently the #1 seed has shut him down in the past. Havoc is really surging ahead now, leading 2-1. The top seed is finally starting to assert himself. Phantom is really finding his footing now and has the match tied up quickly. The world #1 is making this look easy. Unbelievable, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to reclaim the lead. Deadlock, Havoc fights back to pull it even. The top seed is really looking steady after that clean, clear... Phantom edges ahead by 1 after that stellar play. Havoc is really playing the spoiler here, refusing to let Phantom put a stranglehold on this match. Phantom's back in control, narrowly holding a 5-4 lead. That rank 1 status is starting to feel a lot more real. Absolute chaos in this trade. Havoc just barely survives with a fraction of health to drag this map back to a dead heat. Havoc just snatched a slim lead, moving ahead 6-5. It's a total reversal from his recent form over the last 10. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely defied the odds makers here. He's really shaking things up against the top seed, making the rankings look irrelevant right now. Let's see if Phantom answers back. Havoc entered this series coming off an 8-round losing streak. You can tell he's playing with a completely different level of confidence now. He is effectively ignoring those previous struggles and putting the pressure on the world #1. Havoc is simply dominant, stretching the gap to 9-6. It's a complete reversal from the result they had in their last meeting. Phantom just answered back with a total shutdown to chip away at that lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get things back on track. He's really digging in, keeping his composure to erase another round from the lead. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seed. Havoc holds a solid 2-round cushion at 10-8. It's quite the turnaround for a guy who's been struggling all day. Havoc is really taking control of the map now, quickly building a 3-round advantage. The gap in their overall ratings is practically non-existent right now. The world #1 refuses to go quietly, staying aggressive to close the gap. Havoc wins this prolonged exchange and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. A sharp reaction there to secure another round and keep this fight alive. He's starting to look like the front runner again. The resistance continues as Phantom puts up another huge stand to keep the dream alive. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. Absolutely flawless. Phantom forces an overtime deadlock with a clean finish. The tension is peaking as we move into this high-stakes overtime. He's simply on another level right now, cruising to a 4-round streak to seize the advantage. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. And he's just not letting up, extending that streak to 5 straight. A really tight window on that last exchange. Havoc answers right back, putting a stop to that momentum shift. A gritty response from the 10th ranked player in the league. pure precision from Phantom, putting him on the verge of closing this out. Just reminding everyone why he's the top seed here. What a way to end it. Phantom secures the map with an absolute blur of a shot. He's barely escaped with his life a couple of times, but just couldn't keep the pace up in overtime. He had to work for that. Phantom looked sharp there, utilizing that ramp to secure the early lead. Catalyst quickly resets the board here, proving he can handle the pressure early on. A strong start for a number 4 seed today. Phantom clearly has the historical edge on this map with a 70% win rate. It's a huge advantage for the top seed, but the current momentum is shifting entirely in the other direction. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can reclaim his ground here. Phantom just caught him wide open on that container, quickly taking control of this series. The number 1 seed is definitely finding his footing now. Simply outclassed. He's completely took over the pace of this match. That's a strong recovery after the tough loss on fast aim. He keeps the pressure on, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. We are all squared up now between Catalyst and Phantom. This is exactly how the last head-to-head meeting went. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that chaos, continuing his run to take the lead. He's really making his move against the top seed today. He just doesn't miss. Another flawless round, picking the opposition off the ramp. The world number 1 is looking completely rattled right now. Phantom answers back quickly, cutting the lead to a single game before they head into the break. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, the heavy favorite is doing exactly what we expected today. He's managed to keep a narrow edge despite the map advantage Phantom usually enjoys. Let's see if Phantom can swing this. Catalyst stays in control with a narrow 7-6 grip. The world's best player is finally narrowing this gap. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that fight with almost nothing left in the tank. His recent 2015 run today is proving to be the key. Catalyst has been on a tear across his last few matches, so yeah, it's no surprise that his overall confidence is peaking right now. He's proving that the gap in the ratings doesn't mean much once the rounds actually start. Catalyst is just running away with this, sitting at 10-7. He's really putting on a clinic against the top seed. Phantom manages to outduel him in a fast exchange to keep the momentum shifting. Catalyst is really closing in on a victory here, keeping the pressure high after that quick exchange. The world's number 1 is really feeling the heat today. Another huge round for Catalyst, securing a decisive kill from the ramp to bring him to match point. He's putting that high ladder placement to good use. Game over, he closes out the series with a clean finish to secure the victory. Just another huge result for him today, proving once again that he's the one to beat in this tournament. Catalyst has an overwhelming historical edge with a 68% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's clear why he entered this as the favorite, but the early pressure is definitely on him to maintain that gap. Catalyst is really starting to seize control of this early stage. He really has a distinct advantage when it comes to their recent matches. That's a completely effortless sequence for Catalyst, moving him to a commanding 3-round streak. Unreal, Havoc barely survives that absolute war, clutching the round by a single health point. Catalyst had no trouble dealing with Havoc on the ramp, and he's starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent. Havoc has really struggled to get things moving, going 7-28 in his last few series. It's a steep hill to climb when you're fighting against that kind of downward trend. We need to see a shift in momentum if he wants to stay in. A smooth exchange there, putting him back on the board. He needs to shake off the frustration of that earlier loss in Italy. Catalyst holds a sturdy 7-3 lead as we restart. The higher rated player just keeps keeping the pressure on. Catalyst is just cruising right now with an 8-free cushion. It is 8-4 going into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected with the top-seeded player in the lead. Havoc just needs to keep this gap from widening if he wants to steal a win here. Fresh start for both players now. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 9-4. He's really showing that top 7% skill level right now. Havoc is really fighting for his life at 5-9. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get back in the game. Havoc is just unable to put together any real momentum right now. Catalyst keeps surging ahead with a 10-6 lead. Still a huge mountain for Havoc given his recent form. Catalyst is just a hair away from closing this out. The pressure is really mounting on Havoc now. He's played his way to a very strong 21-14 record today. The pace is picking up. We're seeing much quicker exchanges now as they're both hunting for an early peak. A quicker response there to keep the game alive. What an absolute brawl. He barely clings to life with a tiny shred of health to secure the point. He is really digging in his heels to claw this back. He just cannot be stopped right now, keeping the charge going with another rapid-fire win. He's on absolute fire, securing another 4 straight to bring the score within 1. The tide has completely turned in his favor. A total shutdown of the comeback attempt, putting the map right in his grasp. The experience shows through in the highest pressure moments. An incredibly sharp reaction to stay alive and keep this fight going. Absolute chaos. He forces the deadlock, leveling the score to send this series into overtime. Another lightning fast reflex play. He's simply refusing to let this match slip away. This is a complete reversal of how the game started. A huge answer from Catalyst to keep the score locked at 13-all. Both of them are playing absolutely flawlessly in this overtime stretch. Catalyst is really starting to lean into his lead here, looking far more comfortable as we move deeper into this overtime. He finds the target just in time to keep the deadlock alive at 14-all. Neither player is giving an inch in this overtime fight. What a statement. He shuts everything down to move within striking distance of the win. What a cold-blooded finish to lock in the advantage. Catalyst now has everything he needs to end this. Havoc has a slim one-round cushion at 16-15. Total deadlock at 16, all as Catalyst forces a tie. Catalyst takes a narrow 17-16 lead here. He's been in top form lately, having put up a few straight wins. Catalyst is just pulling away now, leading 18-16. Just an absolute wall of a performance from the higher seed. Catalyst holds a razor-thin edge at 18-17. He's really fighting to prove he can keep pace with the favorite. Catalyst pushes the lead to 19-17 right now. That was a massive effort from Havoc to force the overtime, but he just couldn't find that final push. What a fight. Unbelievable. Phantom barely scrapes through a chaotic exchange to knock Havoc off the ramp. Havoc looks hungry today, taking control of the pace early with that aggressive play from the ramp. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, picking Havoc right off the planks to extend that lead. The league's top seed is looking very comfortable here. Phantom holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 67% of their previous meetings. It's a psychological weight that's definitely pressing on Havoc right now. He'll need to shake that trend if he wants to keep pace. He is just completely taking over the map right now. He's really playing like the top seed right now. Havoc manages to pick him off the wine box for a clean round. He's definitely fighting through a rough patch right now. He finds his mark again, dropping Phantom right off the wine box for another round. He's proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite. Phantom still firmly in control at 6-3. He has been an absolute machine today with 25 wins already. What a fight! He survives a brutal trade to knock Phantom off the ramp, clawing back further into this map. The gap is narrowing as we head toward the half. He's keeping the pressure high, extending this mini run to put the score within reach before the half. A massive swing in confidence for the underdog here. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Well, Havoc is completely defying the odds right now. He's fought back from a rough start to put himself on equal footing with the world number 1. Fresh sides, clean slate. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we start the second. The world's top-rated player is starting to find his range. Havoc just completely outplayed him from the window, bringing this match right back to a dead heat. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure now. Phantom is reacting incredibly fast right now, shutting down any attempt to play high from the ramp. Havoc has been struggling in his recent outings, posting a rough 7:28 record over the last day. So yeah, he's fighting a huge uphill battle right now. It makes the current scoreline even more impressive considering the momentum is firmly in Phantom's favor. That's an effortless finish, showing just how tough he is to break. The underdog is fighting back with everything he's got. Phantom didn't give him a second to breathe, catching Havoc the moment he stepped onto that ramp. He picks the favorite off the ramp, continuing his push to stay in this game. It's a total dogfight now, regardless of the rank difference. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he outlasts the fight to keep this comeback rolling. He's putting on a show, really refusing to back down. Phantom shuts this down instantly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Game over! Phantom closes it out with an easy finish to claim the series. Havoc really stepped up and pushed the world number 1 to the limit, but he just couldn't seal the deal. What a fight. Phantom currently holds a slight historical edge with over 900 round wins in their head-to-head matchups. It makes sense why the best player on our rating is starting things off strong. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can flip the script today. Catalyst holds his ground on the Tetris to keep this a tight battle. That's a quick adjustment for someone coming in as the underdog today. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. He's coming into this series on a real tier with a 5-game win streak. Another clean win from the Tetris, and he's now taking full control of the map. The number 1 seed is looking completely rattled. Phantom makes the read, picking him off the ramp to level the series. Phantom is certainly showing why he holds the top spot on our rating. Catalyst is just outplaying him from that ramp, really putting the pressure on now. Catalyst is just playing with him right now, firmly establishing a lead as he secures that high ground. Phantom manages to find that opening, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold the Tetris. Catalyst is looking incredibly sharp today, carrying over a strong 5-game win streak into this set. It is a surprising shift in momentum, considering Phantom usually dominates their meetings. He really seems to have the measure of the top seed right now. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's proving why he entered the match as the favorite. He is holding steady despite Phantom's top rank and overall experience. Fresh start for both now. Catalyst keeps a slim 1-round lead over Phantom. He's refusing to let this slip away. He's definitely proven that normal rank can handle the heat. And just like that, Phantom has forced a total stalemate. He's definitely playing his way back into a comfortable lead. Catalyst gets the better of him from the Tetris, reclaiming the lead in what has become a total toss-up. Absolute chaos here as they've synced up at 8 apiece. Their consistency in these longer sets is always impressive. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1, reclaiming the upper hand. Purely on the maps, these two are nearly deadlocked. The momentum is swinging heavily now, with Catalyst really putting the heat on the world, number 1. He's absolutely owning the Tetris right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. This is looking like a repeat of their last series on Mapas. Unbelievable. Phantom survives a grueling firefight and digs deep to stay in the fight. What a clutch way to keep this set alive. He wins another exchange from the Tetris, putting him on match point. The top seed's composure is definitely starting to crack. Incredible! He closes it out with a final flurry to secure the victory. He really has a handle on the world number 1 right now, taking over the series and refusing to let up. What a fight! Catalyst has been overwhelmingly dominant in their head-to-head history. He currently holds a massive lead across over 1,000 encounters. Considering Havoc is coming in with an 11-game losing streak, the pressure is really on him to flip the script early. He is just outclassing his opponent right now, claiming another effortless win. Simply untouchable. He's just continuing this run of perfection. He's showing why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. He's just in a different league right now, claiming 5 straight. He's looking very sharp after that 13-9 result against Phantom. Finally, he finds a way to get back on the board. He's fighting out of a tough spot after that 10-13 finish. Catalyst enters this map with a 73% win rate. It's a huge contrast to how Havoc has been performing lately. He's really capitalizing on that statistical advantage right now. A completely one-sided encounter as he continues to tear through the competition. Havoc manages to secure a hard-fought win here to keep things interesting. It's a huge mountain to climb given the rating gap here. Catalyst is cruising along with a comfortable 8-3 lead. The third-ranked player in our rating is finally feeling the heat. Catalyst takes a 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected things to go. He has everything under control and really looks like the stronger player today. Time for Havoc to wake up. Catalyst keeps rolling, pushing his lead to a dominant 10-3. That's already a very high output for him today. A fierce battle right there on the ramp, but Havoc comes out on top. He's really fighting to turn things around after that tough outing against Phantom. Havoc just shuts him down on the ramp, and now he's really starting to put a dent in that lead. The momentum has swung, and the pressure is shifting. Unbelievable. He outduels Catalyst from the ramp again, and holds a 3-game streak. He's just not letting up, securing another win from the boxes to push his streak to 4. Things look very different than they did at the start. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a 5th straight to narrow this gap. The underdog is suddenly the one making the statements. He is absolutely on fire, taking a 6th straight to bring this game within a single round. Catalyst steps back in control, ending that impressive run by the underdog. He keeps the pressure on with another clean finish from the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip away. He just shuts the door on that comeback attempt, putting himself in a position to end this right now. And that's it. He closes out the match with a blistering final kill to secure the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit with that insane mid-match run, but he just couldn't find those last few points. What a fight. Phantom has won 67% of their encounters over the long term, which makes this early lead for Havoc a bit surprising. I mean, he's usually the clear underdog here. We'll see if he can actually maintain this against the league's top player. Phantom just edges ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. He's been on a difficult stretch today with those 7 wins. It's a dead heat right now, and you can tell Havoc is feeling the energy after evening things up. Unreal. That was a total brawl, and he barely comes out of it alive. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. Absolute insanity. He was a single hit away from defeat, but somehow managed to claw back for the level. Phantom just reclaimed the advantage, sitting at 4-3. Both of these guys have had such a long day already. Havoc is really struggling today, going 7-29 over the last 24 hours. It's clear that the lack of confidence is starting to weigh on him. He's going to need a huge swing to turn the tide here. Phantom's extending the gap, now pulling ahead 6-4. He's really playing like the league's best right now. Phantom is really starting to pull away now, putting a serious grip on this match. The number 1 seed is really starting to dictate the pace here. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead. Honestly, things are going exactly as we anticipated. He's holding his ground well on this map, but Havoc is definitely fighting hard to stay relevant. Let's see a shift in momentum. He survives a wild exchange here, keeping the pressure on to keep this close. A sudden shift in momentum for the underdog. Phantom is just too fast, cleaning that up from the wine to reclaim control. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really treating this match like a replay of their previous meeting. Phantom just shuts things down by picking him off the wine, putting himself in total control. This is looking like a mirror image of their previous encounter. He's just untouchable right now, raining down fire to keep his streak alive. His 24-12 record today tells the whole story. He's just completely in control, moving to 12 and putting the game on his line. It's been a tough run of games for his side today. Game over. Phantom secures a flawless final strike to close the series. It's just a tough day at the office for Havoc, who really couldn't find any answers for those lightning fast reactions. Phantom generally controls this matchup with a 64% lifetime win rate. It's interesting to see Catalyst taking the lead here despite being the underdog on the ladder. Let's see if that early momentum holds. Catalyst is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 edge. He's looking very sharp after that recent 13-10 victory over Havoc. They are trading rounds back and forth, keeping things completely even as we head into the 5th. We're seeing that raw talent from the #1 seed. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum here, taking control of the series. It's a familiar pattern given how they've historically fared together. Total deadlock now, both Catalyst and Phantom sitting on 3. The world's #1 is definitely feeling the heat right now. Phantom pulls ahead by a single round. He's definitely holding his own against a high-ranking opponent. Things are getting incredibly fast, with these last few rounds decided in just a few seconds. Phantom barely keeps a narrow lead as we enter round 10. His experience in over 20,000 matchups is starting to show. Catalyst is not letting him breathe, just sliding right past that elevation to take the lead. Catalyst manages to edge back ahead, 6-5. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer for him. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's playing exactly how we hoped he would. He's just coming off a strong 7-match win streak, and it looks like that confidence is paying off here. New site, new energy. Catalyst is currently on a dominant run and just secured a 4-round streak. That's a huge shift from his usual historical performance against the top seed. It'll be tough for Phantom to recover from this. He shows some serious grit here, shutting down that momentum and cutting the lead to 2. Catalyst is really pulling away with a commanding 3-round gap. Unreal! Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange to shut him down off the box. That was a lightning fast exchange. Catalyst is just run away now, leading 10-7. It's a huge contrast to their usual head-to-head trends. Phantom is really pushed into a corner now. He needs a big response here. Another huge round for the leader, who now stands just a single win away from victory. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Absolute perfection to close it out. Catalyst secures the victory with an incredible finish. He just completely dismantled the top seed today, proving he's got those #1 eyes right now. Catalyst is the undisputed king of this head-to-head, having dominated a massive majority of their 1,000+ meetings. It's just surprising to see him struggle against Havoc this early on. I wonder if the map advantage is actually going to play a factor here. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, taking the lead from the ramp. He's continuing that hot streak from his recent matches. Havoc is really fighting back here, taking Catalyst right off the toolbox to even things up. He's really fighting against that brutal loss streak right now. Havoc holds a slim 1-round lead as we reset. Coming off a rough stretch in his last few series. Catalyst just answers back, quickly picking Havoc off the planks to keep things dead even. He definitely enters this match as the slight favorite. Catalyst is looking sharp, easily picking Havoc off that wine box to take further control. His current form is just oppressive compared to the struggle Havoc's facing. Havoc is making this a really tight contest, just shutting him down from the ramp. The gap between these two on the ladder is certainly narrowing tonight. Havoc is really putting on a show, putting another dent in Catalyst's composure by shutting him down on the ramp. Unreal. He just catches Catalyst sliding off the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. It's a complete turnaround from the first match they played today. Havoc is just refusing to let up, taking the battle from the ramp to secure another victory. Havoc takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's totally flipped the script on his usual head-to-head struggles. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now after that big streak. Time to see if Catalyst resets. Havoc just completely blindsided him on the wine box. He is looking absolutely lethal right now. The number 2 ranked player is looking completely lost in this set. Good lord, he barely survives that. He hangs on with just a sliver of health after a chaotic exchange from the planks. Total chaos on that exchange, yet he still managed to clutch it. A high-speed battle on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top to keep this game within reach. He's starting to look a bit more like the favorite again. Havoc is just completely in control of the server right now, moving one step closer to a massive upset. Total reversal from those last few matchups they played. Another huge round for Havoc, putting him just one step away from closing this out. This is an absolute nightmare for the higher seeded player. What a finish! He completely dominates the final exchange to shut the door and take the map. Absolutely unbelievable to see this. He just completely broke the cycle and finally walked away with a victory against his nemesis. Unbelievable. Havoc barely survives that opening exchange, clutching the win by a single point of health. Havoc is really finding the gaps early, making it look easy from that ramp. He's really putting that ranking gap to the test. What a scramble! Phantom claws back around after an absolute firefight that almost took both of them down. Phantom is really starting to dictate the pace here, cleaning up that angle for the second straight round. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, picking him right off that ramp to take a lead. We are locked in a deadlock at 3 apiece. He is certainly living up to that #1 ranking. Havoc edges ahead with a slim 4-3 advantage. This is looking a lot closer than their previous encounter today. Goodness, Phantom barely walks away from that one after dragging Havoc down from heaven. The top seed is starting to show his class here. Phantom seizes the momentum, moving ahead 5-4. He's really asserting himself as the top dog on the ladder. What a nail biter! He manages to secure the kill from the Tetris and pushes his lead to 6-4. Havoc manages to secure the win from the Tetris, tightening the gap before we hit the break. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. The top seed is clearly stronger here, but Havoc is hanging tough. Let's see if Havoc can rally. Phantom keeps his narrow lead, sitting at 7-6. Absolute carnage with that bayonet play. We're going to step away for just a moment, but stay tuned for more action from the arena. Welcome back to the arena as we jump right back into the action with Phantom leading 7-6. Phantom is putting his historical dominance on full display, having won 67% of their previous encounters. It's just a tough mountain for Havoc to climb, especially when his recent form is so starkly different compared to the confidence the top seed is showing. He's just completely taking over now, putting 3 straight in his pocket. He's just untouchable right now, securing a huge lead with that 4th straight victory. The gap in their rating is becoming very apparent right now. Absolute precision, that 5th straight victory puts him just 1 round away from a victory. Everything is falling perfectly into place for the heavy favorite. Game over. Phantom shuts the door on this match with one last fast reflex. Just a total breakdown for Havoc in those final rounds. He really couldn't find an answer for that kind of pressure. Catalyst secures the opening point with a strong play from the ramp. Phantom enters this as the heavy favorite based on their head-to-head record. But we're seeing a bit of a role reversal today with Catalyst taking early control. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can actually find some answers. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's traditionally dominated this specific pairing over their long history. And just like that, Phantom evens things up. The current world #1 is looking sharp today. He's taking full control of the server now with a 3-round streak. That was a wild exchange, but he edges it out to keep this streak alive. Catalyst finds his mark from the ramp to close the gap. He's not letting the #1 seed walk away with this easily. Phantom's positioning on the ramp really paid off there, allowing him to snap back and keep his lead. Phantom holds a narrow 1-round edge as we enter round 9. A very different story compared to his historical map win rate. Phantom is currently holding an impressive 70% win rate on this map, so it's no surprise we're seeing his composure return. He looks completely comfortable with the spacing here. Now it's a question of whether Catalyst can shake that confidence before it's too late. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the standings show the other way, but the world #1 is fighting back. We're looking at a potential upset if he keeps this pace. Time to see if Catalyst resets. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's really putting on a clinic to protect that #1 spot. Phantom is dominating the scoreboard at 9-5. The top seed is definitely asserting his authority here. Another clean sweep from the ramp, and now he's completely taken over the game. The A-game is definitely on display from the best player in the league. A frantic clash on the ramp, but he emerges victorious to extend his streak. He's outperforming the expectations for this set. A completely untouched exchange here to keep things interesting. That's a really promising sign for the #3 seed. A lightning fast reflex play that puts him just 1 point away from the victory. What a finish! He closes it out right there to secure the victory. He completely shut the door on the 3rd seed, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Havoc starts the map strong, taking the opening round with a nice play from the ramp. Catalyst responds immediately, refusing to let Havoc get any forward momentum here. A strong head-to-head lead is usually on his side. Catalyst just shuts him down from the ramp, looking way too comfortable early on. He just picks him right off the ramp, taking total control of the match. That ranking gap is definitely starting to show. Havoc finds the opening from the ramp to keep this close. He's definitely looking to repeat that dominant 13-5 result from their last meeting. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's definitely not having the typical day against his opponent. He's simply too quick from the ramp, putting himself in a powerful position with a 3-round burst. Catalyst catches him off the ramp to bring this series back to a dead heat. This is the kind of poise we'd expect from a top 5 player. Catalyst is really starting to pull away now, simply refusing to let this be a close fight. Absolutely effortless, he just keeps stacking these wins, extending his lead to 6. Havoc takes this one from the ramp, narrowing the gap right before the side switch. He's found an answer to the pressure just in time. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. Honestly, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's got the edge, but Havoc is fighting back to keep this close. Time to swap sides. Havoc just puts that together from the ramp, clearing his way into a tie. The match is still heavily weighted toward the higher rated side. What a scrap. He just barely clings on after a wild trade, holding the ramp to get the edge. That was a heart-stopping close call for him there. Catalyst has historically held his ground with a 68% win rate against Havoc, and honestly, the way he's handled this specific map today proves he knows exactly how to dismantle his opponent. I wonder if Havoc can find any way to break this momentum. What a desperate fight! He walks away from that slaughter just barely alive. Catalyst is moving quickly now, making short work of Havoc and picking him right off that ramp. He's really digging in his heels here. That was almost too easy, putting him firmly in the driver's seat for the finish. He's really playing his A game today. Havoc manages to outlast him in a frantic exchange on the ramp. A quick snap back to keep the pressure on. He just blasts him right off the Tetris to keep this dream alive. The underdog is refusing to go quietly in the final stretch. A flawless pick and Havoc just wipes him off the ramp to maintain this fierce rally. We're seeing a total flip of the expected dynamic. Absolute perfection. Catalyst closes it out with a fast finish to take the series. Havoc really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't find that final gear to seal the deal. He had to work for that. Phantom enters this game with a clear edge, having won 67% of their head-to-head meetings. And it's a huge mental weight for Havoc, considering he's dropping a lot of rounds today. He's going to need a fast response to avoid a landslide. Phantom takes a commanding 2-1 lead right here. It's a tough climb against the top-rated player in our league. Phantom is looking incredibly sharp, taking control of the pace early in this set. Phantom pulls ahead 3-2 and looks untouchable. A gutsy showing after that close loss in their most recent duel. And just like that, Havoc levels the series. He's certainly playing the role of the underdog right now. Everything is happening so fast lately, it feels like we're barely getting any time to breathe between these rounds. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece in a total nail-biter. A massive shift in energy compared to the last meeting between these two. Phantom edges ahead by 1, regaining a slim advantage. Coming off a difficult 7:29 run over the last day, Phantom really seems to have a handle on the match, which makes sense given his strong 60% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clearly an uphill battle for Havoc to get a momentum shift here. He needs to find a way to break this rhythm. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we hit the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. The world #1 is simply too consistent right now. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Phantom's extending the lead, sitting comfortably at 8-5. Phantom's recent 24-12 run today is definitely showing. A solid response from Havoc, showing some real grit as he tries to close the gap. He really needs to find a way to string these together. Phantom's pulling away further with a 9-6 lead. He's really struggling to maintain any real pressure. Phantom's now 4 rounds clear, really dominating the map. That was a lightning fast exchange. Havoc is refusing to let Phantom walk away with this easily. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, making it very difficult for Havoc to stage a comeback. Havoc is refusing to go quietly, keeping this set much tighter than the rankings would suggest. Still a steep hill to climb for the 11th seed. He's just 1 step away from victory after that effortless shot. He's making it look easy, despite the pressure. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. That's another huge win for the top seed, who just continues to prove why he's the best in the world. Phantom is sitting on a strong 3-game winning streak coming into this match. But the early numbers on the map aren't favoring him despite that momentum. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually lean on his superior win rate here. Catalyst is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. It's a surprising start for the top seed today. These rounds are flying by. Catalyst is just outdueling him in these quick encounters. Tough start for the league's top-rated player. Catalyst holds a slim 3-2 advantage right now. He's looking a lot more like the top-seeded player now. Phantom fights back to even it up at 3-all. The world number 1 is proving why he's at the top. He's completely taken over the pace now, moving ahead by 1. He's really cementing his lead as the top-rated player. The streak is reaching a fever pitch as he secures another flawless victory. Catalyst answers back immediately to keep the game close. Phantom has definitely dominated the head-to-head historically. Phantom has been completely dominant in the high-stakes matchups today, pushing his total daily record to 25-12. It's a huge contrast to how he started, but now he's finally starting to distance himself. The momentum is shifting firmly in his direction. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, we expected Catalyst to take control here, but the underdog is refusing to buckle. He is really putting that map advantage to good use. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Phantom's really pulling away now, leading 8-5. Hard to argue with the ladder placement right now. Phantom just extends the gap to a 9-5 lead. The world number 1 is simply in total control. He's simply not letting up, putting a huge grip on this match with 3 straight rounds. It's a familiar sight given the long-term head-to-head history. Catalyst manages to secure this exchange, finally halting that run. Goodness, he almost let that one slip. He barely edges out the victory after a wild exchange. He looks remarkably comfortable managing the lead. A quick reaction from the favorite puts him just a single round away from the finish. A very clean display by the top seed. A rapid response from Catalyst to keep the dream alive for now. It is a gritty effort to stay in the fight. And there it is, Phantom closes it out right now to claim the series. He really just put on a showcase of why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Catalyst has a clear psychological lead here, winning 68% of their lifetime head-to-heads. And coming into this match, he's already beaten Havoc in their most recent encounter. It will be tough for Havoc to shake that history. Catalyst was waiting for him and just cleaned him right off that ramp. It's been a tough run for Havoc, starting today with an E06 slide. Whoa, what a scrap! Catalyst barely scrapes through that one after holding the high ground on the wine box. He's definitely playing like the top-rated player of the two. Havoc puts a stop to that momentum, picking Catalyst right off the toolbox to keep this tight. We've got a deadlock at 3 apiece now. The 4-rank player is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He's just on fire now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to take the lead. A surprising shift in form for someone who's gone 629 today. Catalyst is quick on the draw to level things up again. He's coming into the mid-game with a strong 23-13 run today. Havoc manages to edge ahead, holding a slim lead. The higher seed is having a real struggle to pull away. Five all now, neither man is giving an inch. Neither man has found the real gear yet. We'll take a quick timeout here, but stay tuned for more fast aim action. And we are back in action on fast aim with things absolutely locked at 5 apiece. Catalyst is really starting to push the pace now, taking total control of the map's flow. That top 7% rating is really starting to make a difference. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected, despite some strong resistance from Havoc. The Thrumber 4 seed is just a bit too consistent to shake. Havoc manages to knock him right off that ramp to bring this game back to a tie. He's showing he can definitely compete with the league's top 4. Total parity now as Havoc forces a 7-7 tie. It's an impressive turnaround given his recent form. Catalyst secures that one from the ramp, pulling just a bit further ahead in this set. He really seems to have the upper hand in these clashes. Havoc is reading him perfectly, just snapping right onto Catalyst as he stepped into the window. Havoc is putting on a real display now, using that plank advantage to keep the pressure high. The momentum is shifting away from the Mopma 4 seed. And just like that, we're tied up again at 9 apiece. The 12 ranked man is refusing to go down easy. Catalyst puts him right back in a hole, securing another round from the planks. He seems completely unfazed by the pressure today. Catalyst puts a stop to that run, taking Havoc right off the wine box to move inside 2 rounds of closing this out. Havoc answers back instantly, picking him off the wine box to narrow the gap. Havoc is making a serious charge here, taking control from the high ground to level the playing field. Catalyst is absolutely ruthless, picking him off the ramp to reach match point. A crushing blow for the underdog right when he had the lead. Absolute madness. Havoc drops him off that ramp to force a complete deadlock at 12 all. Absolute chaos to end the regulation stretch. Catalyst was just too snappy from the window there and is now only one round away from a victory. That's a dominant career lead for the number 4 seed. Havoc strikes again, catching him right on the ramp to keep this overtime battle wide open. Neither man can put the final nail in the coffin. Catalyst just shuts that down, taking a clean fight and claiming the advantage from the ramp. It's a tight battle, but the number 4 seed is just edging ahead. And he shuts it down. He holds his ground on the toolbox and secures the lead. He's really justifying that higher seed right now. Game over. He shuts the door on the wine box to secure a huge victory. He just refused to let it slip away in overtime, showing exactly why he's sitting so high in the rankings. A total war of attrition from both of them. He really had to fight for that one. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc taking on the top-seeded Phantom in today's exciting 1v1 duel. Phantom starts strong, using those Tetris blocks to get the early advantage. He really is the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom is just too quick, holding that high ground to keep the pressure on. Phantom has a clear historical edge here, winning 67% of their head-to-head encounters. But Havoc is actually playing the role of the spoiler today. It will be interesting to see if he can break the pattern and force a deeper struggle. Phantom is dominating, currently sitting on a huge 4-1 lead. And he secures another from the ramp, completely shifting the momentum in his favor. He looks far too comfortable out there today. He's completely taken over, taking another clean round to push the deficit to 5. He just can't stop the onslaught, and now he's a full 6 rounds ahead. It's been a tough day for Havoc, who's currently 628 overall. Havoc manages to secure a quick victory, cutting into the lead slightly. The top seed is starting to feel the pressure. Havoc has been struggling in his most recent matches today, but he's finally found some footing with these 2 quick rounds. It's a massive shift from his start to the series. We have to see if he can actually keep this run going. It's 8-4 in favor of Phantom, and honestly this is just what we expected to see. The world number 1 is showing why he holds that spot with a very comfortable lead heading into the second half. Let's see if Havoc digs in. Havoc claws back, trailing by 3 now. He's certainly proving that the gap in their ratings isn't everything today. Unbelievable. He just barely scraped through that fight from the Tetris, surviving with a sliver of health. That was a nail-biter. He almost let that one slip. Havoc is putting up a real fight now, managing to trade that height advantage and clear the box. He's definitely fighting his usual struggles against the world's best. He catches Phantom from the ramp, refusing to let the top seed reclaim any momentum. He's on fire right now, simply too fast for the favorite as the gap closes. The pressure is really mounting for the seed leader. Phantom responds quickly to halt the slide and reclaim a 2-round lead. A really sharp display of precision from the top-ranked seed. He just outclassed him with a perfect shot, continuing this impressive rally. The underdog is refusing to just fade away. The match is staying tight, but these quick exchanges are really favoring the top seed right now. The number 1 seed is simply too consistent today. What a read. Phantom just shuts down that momentum and puts himself in a position to close this out right now. Havoc manages to secure a clutch hold from the Tetris, keeping his hopes alive. The top seed is looking far more vulnerable than we anticipated. He's simply refusing to go down, securing another round to keep the dream alive. He's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen all day. Game over, Phantom shuts the door with a perfect finish to take the series. Havoc really pushed him to the brink there, nearly stealing the series with that late surge. He just couldn't find that final edge. What a match! Welcome to Redline. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who can climb the leaderboard today. What a scramble! Catalyst barely scrapes through after nearly getting deleted while clearing that ramp. Catalyst really holds a strong historical edge on this specific map, winning over 70% of his games here. And that's a huge contrast to their head-to-head history, where Phantom usually takes the win. It will be interesting to see if this specific terrain allows Catalyst to flip the script. Catalyst is really capitalizing on the early momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Phantom. Catalyst is just too fast today, putting on a clinic from the ramp to keep this lead growing. Tough start for the current top-rated player on the ladder. A strong answer from Phantom, who is refusing to let that lead slip further away. Catalyst is firmly in command with a free round cushion. A surprising turn for the top-seeded player today. Catalyst is just chewing through the defense right now, quickly taking Phantom down from the ramp. The world number 1 is certainly feeling the heat right now. He's completely untouchable right now, taking full control of the pace. Hard to believe the favorite is struggling this much today. He's just refusing to back down, securing another win from the ramp to keep this streak alive. Truly a nightmare scenario for the league's top seed. He picks off the opponent from the ramp and keeps the streak alive. Total reversal of fortune from their last encounter today. Catalyst heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he is just playing exactly how we expected him to. He's completely shutting down the top seed right now. Phantom needs to wake up fast. Phantom is starting to fight back, taking control of the pace by knocking Catalyst right off the Tetris. Still a massive hill to climb for the world number 1. Phantom has looked like the better player today throughout the league, boasting a 25-12 record over the last 24 hours. It's just incredible that those results aren't translating here. He's completely adrift in a match where he was supposed to dominate. Unreal. Phantom manages to hold the ramp and barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. It's a tough spot for the world number 1. Absolute chaos on the ramp. He almost went down but managed to edge out the victory in a total firefight. Phantom shows a lot of grit here, managing to use the Tetris to stay in this fight. What a fight. Both players were nearly gone, but he manages to clutch out this intense exchange. He's finally starting to look like the league's top-rated player. He secures another win from the Tetris, keeping the pressure on as this run grows. That's a solid level of play we're seeing from the top seed. He's simply not stopping, claiming another win from the box as this surge continues. He's completely shaken the lead right now. He just shuts the door on that surge, putting himself one round away from victory. Exactly what he needed to stave off that sudden collapse. Game over. Catalyst puts an end to the struggle and seals the victory right here. A tough outing for the top seed, who just couldn't find a way to stop that early run from getting out of hand. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for a match between Havoc and the favorite Catalyst. Let's see who takes it. Catalyst is holding a commanding lead in the head-to-head over their lifetime, and honestly that psychological edge seems to be carrying over into today. It's going to be a tough climb for Havoc to shake off that historical trend. Havoc is staring down a huge lead at 2-1. The third-ranked player in our rating is really feeling the pressure. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another flawless frame to keep this run alive. A rapid response from Catalyst to narrow the gap. He's really leaning into that superior rating today. Havoc keeps climbing, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. He's looking to flip the script after that tough loss earlier today. A great read from Catalyst, catching him from the wine to bring this series right back to a deadlock. Absolute parity now with both players tied at 4. He's absolutely on fire, taking control of the match with a third consecutive win. He's certainly having the better day overall with that 23-12 record. Havoc answers back immediately to level the series. A huge shift in momentum for the 12th ranked player. Catalyst regains the lead, pushing it to 6-5. We've got a total deadlock at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is playing way above his usual level today. Catalyst has a huge lead in their history, but Havoc is refusing to back down. Time to swap sides. Havoc claws back ahead, leading 7-6. He's putting up a great fight despite that rough start to the day. And we are back to a dead heat at 7-0. Consistency is key for the third ranked player today. Catalyst is starting to build some serious momentum here, looking very sharp on both sides of the map. We are completely locked in at 8 each. A huge performance for a player who's otherwise struggled recently. Catalyst edges ahead, claiming a narrow 9-8 lead. Havoc has really struggled to get his footing today with a 6-29 record in his last few matches. It's becoming clear that he's lacking the confidence needed to close these exchanges. If he can't find a way to stop this slide, Catalyst will likely wrap this up quickly. The momentum is firmly with Catalyst, who is just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. Neither player is willing to let the other break away. We've seen a real back and forth struggle as they trade rounds. He shuts that down, instantly putting his opponent on the verge of defeat. What a read, it drags the favorite right off the wine to keep the dream alive. He is proving to be much more resilient than anyone expected. What a finish! Catalyst secures the final blow and closes out the series. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, showing some serious grit to nearly force a tiebreaker. He had to earn every single point. What a fight!